This 4 hours of Databricks Masterclass will make you a Databricks data engineer even if you do not have any prior experience. Because in this masterclass, you will learn about Spark Cluster, Spark architecture, Databricks fundamentals, magic commands, Databricks Utilities, Databricks file system, reading external data from cloud data storage, secret scopes, PySpark transformations, loading data incrementally using Autoloader. And after covering all these areas, you will learn something special, which is required to crack the interviews. I am talking about Delta Lake. You will learn Delta Lake in detail and learn about Delta Log, external Delta table versus managed Delta table, tombstoning of files, data versioning, time travel, Delta table optimization techniques such as ZORDER by vacuum command, and much more. Wow, that sounds like this is your one-stop solution to become a Databricks data engineer. But you should only watch this video if you are dedicated enough to learn everything with excitement. If your answer is yes, so let's get started with this amazing Databricks masterclass. So, welcome to Databricks Masterclass. This session is really interesting because I know that demand for Databricks is growing rapidly and companies are going after like Databricks developers, and they should, because Databricks is like one of those technologies which are in demand, plus which are powerful enough and which are strongly inclined towards future. They are continuously adding so many updates that you need to be updated enough to just cope with the pace. So I can say that if you just see Databricks few years back, it was totally different. But now the scenario is totally changed. There are so many updates in Databricks. Let me give you a hint. So earlier we were using mounting if you want to just read any data from the external location, but now we use Unity catalogs. Now we use Delta Lakes, and in Delta Lakes we are seeing updates on a daily basis. Trust me, like there are so many updates in the Delta Lake, and it's very important to stay updated. When I just look for the courses available in Databricks, even the paid courses, they are really good. The only thing that was missing was information was not updated. Information was not as per the latest trend. So here I am with Databricks Masterclass, and I will be covering all the latest information. Yes, all the latest trends that are going with the Databricks. So I'm just trying to fill that gap, and I hope that you will love this session. And trust me, like I have like read books related to Databricks, I have read books related to Delta Lake, and let me just show you as well. So this book, this book is a gem. So this is like specially related to Delta Lake, and this book I think is recently published. So there is like so much of knowledge that is missing right now in the online platform. So I thought like it's my duty for my community to just pass on this knowledge so that you can also be competitive enough. And trust me, if you want to crack interviews in today's scenario, you need to be updated. You need to be like you need to be like someone who knows like all the latest trends and technology that are being used, who is like well versed with all the recent updates. So now you have found the best video which will be covering each and everything from scratch. Yes, this masterclass will be covering everything from scratch. So if you do not have any prior experience, any prior knowledge, do not need to worry, because I will explain you each and everything from scratch and will be covering all the latest updates. And just a hint, in this particular masterclass, we will be covering Delta Lake in detail, which is the most in-demand technology right now. And we will see how we can just work with Delta Lake. And I will just try to pass on the knowledge that I have gained so far. So do not need to worry, you do not need to pay for any of the resources. Everything is available for free. You just need to be focused. You just need to just take out your notebooks, pen, pencils, everything, and just start taking notes, because this is the one-stop solution that you were looking for and now you have got it. So let's get started with our Databricks master class. So first of all, let's discuss about the prerequisites. So there are not much prerequisites. Obviously, you just need a laptop or PC with stable internet connection so that you can just enjoy this video, so that you can just learn from this video. Next, Databricks account. Oops. Oops, oops, oops. So if you do not have Databricks account, do not need to worry, because I am here to help you how you can just set up a free Databricks account. And this will not be a Databricks community account. No, 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 no. As I just told you, because this video is a level up for like as compared to other videos. So we will be just creating cloud account, because that is required if you want to just crack interviews. Because if you want to show that you are experienced enough, then you should know all the hands-on, and you should know all the workings that we have within the cloud account. So even if you do not have any cloud account, we will create everything from scratch. Do not need to worry. Next, the main thing, excitement to learn Databricks, because Databricks is like the Hulk. I call it as Hulk, because everyone is running towards Databricks. Why? The main advantage of using Databricks is it is independent of any cloud environment. You can just use Databricks with any cloud environment, and that is the best thing. If you are using Azure, you can use Databricks. If you are using GCP, that is Google Cloud Platform, you can use Databricks. If you are using AWS, you can use Databricks. If you're using AWS, you can use Databricks. Yeah. So this is like cloud independent. So that's why all the three major cloud players can integrate Databricks, and that's the biggest advantage of this. And that's why every company is just relying on Databricks, because obviously when you transform the data, when you want to just work with the big data sets, Databricks Spark clusters are your only choice. Did I just say Spark clusters? Don't need to worry. I will tell you everything that I'm saying right now. So what is a Spark cluster? What is a Spark cluster? So basically, when we talk about Databricks, we are actually talking about Spark clusters. Okay, because the founder of Databricks, the creator of Databricks, is the same that were creator of Apache Spark. So now let's cover this topic. What is a Spark cluster? What is a Spark cluster? What is a cluster? So the thing is, let me give you an example so that you can just get this knowledge like very easily instead of just making it complicated. Let me just give you an example. You must have worked in your computer lab, maybe in your school or in your college. So you would have seen so many computers in that particular room, right? Let's say you saw like 30 computers, right? Let's say you just saw 30 computers in one room, right? Now, if I just ask you to combine all the 30 computers together and treat those 30 computers as one computer, can you imagine the power of that one computer would be? The power of processing, the how fast it can process the data. Can you imagine? Obviously, it is much more than one single computer. Even if I just say that you can just take one computer, right, and you can just increase its RAM, its ROM, its storage, everything, there is a limit to do it. There is a limit, but there is no limit when you combine computers. Now you would say, I only have 30 computers, so what? You can just include another computer lab of 30 computers. Now you have 60 computers. Then you can include another computer lab of 30 computers. Now you have 90 computers. So there is no limit when you horizontally scale your machines. And in Spark language, we call machines as nodes. Let me type it for you and start taking notes. Start taking notes right now. So we call them as nodes instead of machines. Like you can just call them machines as well, but in Spark language, we call them as nodes. So just imagine now we have 90 machines. Now we have 90 nodes, and we are treating them as like only one single machine. Now just imagine its power. That is a Spark cluster. So basically, when we combine machines, when we combine nodes and we connect them together, it becomes a cluster. So as you can see, let's say we have machine 1, or let's say we have computer lab 1, which have 30 computers. We have computer lab 2 having 30 computers. We have computer lab 3, 30 computers. Now this cluster is having 90 nodes, 90 computers, 90 machines, and these 90 machines are being treated as one single machine because these are interconnected. Now these okay, your question is valid. Why do we need to just combine so many machines? Because we can distribute our work. Just imagine, I just got a task. I just got a task to, let's say, process 1 GB of data. This is in a hypothetical situation, so don't worry about that. Let's see, I just got, okay, let's take it as 1 TB, 1 TB of data, right? 1 TB of data, 1 terabyte. So now I can just ask these 90 machines to distribute the data, to distribute some data, some part of data. That's called like subset of data, or let's say that's also called as like data partitioning. So these, like this 1 TB of data can be distributed among 90 machines, and these 90 machines can work in parallel and can deliver the results. That is why we need parallel processing. That's why we need clusters. And that's why we need Apache Spark. Got it? I hope like now you know the concept of Spark cluster. What is a Spark cluster? What is a Spark cluster? Now, after this, I am going to cover one very important topic, not just for the sake of learning, but if you want to crack interviews, this is the area that you should focus on. Definitely. This is none other than Spark architecture. I know this topic is a little bit complicated, but I will tell you, like, let me tell you, like, I will just make this topic so easy to understand. Trust me, just be with me for like next few minutes, and then you will be like, okay, now we have understood each and everything related to Spark architecture. Just trust me. Now we don't know what is this. Okay, now we don't know what is this. Now we don't know what is this. What is this? We just know so far that cluster is a group of machines. Cluster is a group of machines. We just know this part. Okay, you know this part? Very good. So in this example, we talked about that we have, let's say, 3 machines: machine 1, machine 2, machine 3, and our cluster is just having 3 machines, right? Okay, we just have 3 machines. So our cluster is having just 3 machines. Let's understand the Spark architecture with this example. So let's say we have just 3 machines. So first of all, obviously, when I say I want to process 1 TB of data, right? And let's say this is you, and you want to process this 1 TB of data. This is you. Don't mind my drawing. Okay, this is you, right? So now you have, this is a cluster. This is a cluster. So let's call it as cluster, because you just know cluster, you don't know what is going inside this, right? So this is your cluster. So now every cluster has a cluster manager. So this cluster manager can be Spark standalone cluster manager or the external one as well. So this has a cluster manager. Every Spark cluster has a cluster manager, and obviously, as name suggests, it manages everything. Let me tell you. Wait. So now what it will do, first of all, it will use one machine, one node to create driver application, to create driver program. This one. First of all, this is the first thing. It will treat one machine as driver machine, right? Just take notes. Just take notes. So one machine is like driver machine or driver program, right? So this is our driver program. Now this is done. Like one machine is occupied and we have two machines left, right? Okay. Now what will happen? Now when we submit the code to cluster manager, like to cluster, right? It first goes to cluster manager. Yes, it first goes to cluster manager. Then it creates this driver program. This is done. This you understood, right? This you understood. Now this driver program will divide your data processing in small tasks. It will just give the directions like what actually need to happen, right? Let me repeat. It will break your data processing command in small tasks and will give instructions what actually need to happen. So it has some information. It has some information, right? It has some information. Now this information will go to the cluster manager. Okay. Now this information will go to the cluster manager. Now this information has also the information related to number of machines required. Number of machines required to actually execute the code. And those machines are called as worker nodes. Called as worker nodes. Right? Got it? So let's say this driver program said that I need both the machines. I need this machine as well. I need this machine as well. Okay. Now it will create worker node on both the machines. Okay. Worker 1, worker 2. Okay. Worker 1, worker 2. So it will create worker node on both the machines. Now this information will be going to these worker nodes, worker 1 and worker 2. And these worker nodes has something called executors. As you can see, executor. So in Databricks, we just have one executor per worker node. So don't worry about that. So now this information will go to worker 1 and worker 2, right? Now cluster manager's responsibility is done. He says, you gave me 1 TB of data. I created driver program for you. Driver program gave me information to create 2 worker nodes. I have created that. Manager's responsibility is done. Manager's task is done. Now these 2 worker nodes will actually process the data, will actually do the hard work. Then they will return this result back to the driver program. Yes, now there is no intervention of this cluster manager. He's out. Now these 2 are communicating. Worker nodes is communicating with driver program. This worker node is communicating with driver program. And obviously the whole cluster is now synced with each other and we get the processed data out of it. Understood? This is the easiest way. This is the easiest example I could have taken. So if you have understood some of this part, it's really good, because when I was understanding this part, I watched, I think, videos like so many times. I just read books so many times because it is really confusing, but try to grasp it. Rewatch this part again and trust me, you will just grasp this part. I know you have understood like at least 50% of it. I am damn sure about it, but just rewatch this part. So to summarize, let me summarize it. This is you want your Spark cluster to process your data, right? So you have a cluster manager. This cluster manager will create one driver program, right? So this driver program will see your code. Okay, you want to do this, you want to do this. So it will break that processing thing into small tasks and it will provide the information to cluster manager. And then that information will also be written in this information page that we need 2 worker nodes. It will create 2 worker nodes. He will say, okay, my task is done. Now you can communicate. Now these worker nodes and driver program will communicate with each other. One thing to note, driver program will not do any kind of execution. No, it will not process your data. It will just give the directions. It will just orchestrate the tasks. That's it. That's it. It will not process. It will not do the hard work. Hard work will be done by worker nodes. That's it. Simple. And they do not need to use their brain. No, they will get the instructions. They do it. Simple. Simple. They do not need to think, hey, can we do this? Can we do this? No. Everything will be instructed by driver program, like what task should be done first and like what should be the orchestration flow. Everything will be provided by driver program. This one. Simple. This was all about Spark architecture. If you haven't understand 100% of it, it is fine. That means you are learning. And now it's time to just rewatch this part again. And once you have rewatched it, now let's start with now Ansh, please tell us like what is Databricks. So the thing is, we just talked about clusters, right? Now the best thing is you do not need to manage these clusters. No, Databricks is actually doing all the hard work for us. It is so good. It is managing this whole cluster for us. It is kind of a management layer for our Spark clusters. Yes, that's why we use Databricks nowadays. We do not need to manage clusters. We do not need to do anything. Everything will be done by Databricks. Everything will be done by Databricks. That's why we love Databricks, and that's why Databricks is the like OG. It is like the OG. So now Databricks is managing our cluster. That's a good news, right? Yeah, that's a good news because we do not need to do anything and we just need to configure our cluster. Don't worry, I will just show you how you can do it. So that was all about Databricks. Now you have understood what is actually Databricks. So Databricks will manage our clusters. Databricks will actually take care of all the clusters, everything, right? So now finally it's time to talk about account creation. So there are basically two ways to create account. One is community edition. What is community edition? So basically this is the kind of free account that is provided by Databricks itself. When you want to learn something, when you just want to have an exposure of Databricks, right? So this is a kind of community edition account. You can also create this account, but the thing is, if you want to crack the interviews, if you want to show that you are experienced in Databricks, you need to show that you are well versed with working with Databricks along with the cloud storage, because obviously in the real world we do not need to use community edition. In the real world we do not use community edition accounts. No, we do not use this. We use cloud accounts, obviously, because companies data, organizations data is not available on community edition. It is stored in the data lakes. It is stored in the storage accounts of cloud providers such as AWS, Azure, GCP. So in the real world, we work with Databricks and we connect our Databricks account with cloud providers. That's why in this particular video, I will show you how we can create Databricks account which is linked to a cloud provider, and then we will learn each and everything linked to that cloud provider, or let's say cloud storage account, so that you can actually have that exposure. You can actually have that experience how things are working with cloud, because it is totally different. Like not different, but yeah, like you cannot use storage paths which is like provided by the cloud, and you actually cannot see the data because that is not shown to you when you use community edition, right? So there are many things that are missing in community edition, but I will show you how you can just create your free cloud account, cloud Databricks account, and definitely you will learn a lot. Trust me, this can be the game changer for you, because you will feel confident while sitting in the interviews and you can just tell them that I am experienced because I know like how to work with cloud accounts. Because obviously when you sit in the interview and when you will say I have only worked with community editions, obviously they will not consider you. But now they will consider you because you are watching my video and I'm just providing the best quality of education. So for this particular video, we will use Azure. I love Azure. So we will be using Azure. It doesn't matter because you can just use any cloud provider, because we are learning Databricks. We are not learning Azure, AWS or GCP. We are learning Databricks along with any cloud storage, right? And as I have mentioned that Databricks is independent of cloud. So when you learn Databricks connected with any cloud platform, that means you have learned Databricks with all the platforms. This is the best thing about Databricks. And why I have picked Databricks with Azure, because you need to configure so much when you work with Azure. You need to just use keywords, you need to just use service principal, you need to just configure, let's say, a secret scopes in Databricks when you actually want to access data stored in the data lake. And that's what recruiters want you to know. That's what they are looking for. You should be well versed about the all the configurations that are required to access the data. So that's why I have picked Microsoft Azure, and it will give you like a lot of knowledge, a lot of skills, trust me. So how this flow will work, let me just tell you. So first of all, we will just create a free Azure account, right? And once we have that free Azure account, we can just create a Databricks resource within that. Don't mind my handwriting because I know it's really good. So first of all, we will create a Azure free account, and then we will create Databricks free account. So without wasting any time, let's get started with account creation. And yes, let's get finally started with Databricks as well. Let's see. In order to create free Azure account, so first of all, what we will do, we will just go to Google and let's see. Yeah, just write this Azure free account, and then you should just click on the first link that you see, and here you just need to click on try Azure for free. Do not click on this one pay as you go, because we want to create a free account. So just click on this, and then it will just ask you to put your email ID. So if you do not have any Microsoft email accounts, you can just click on create one, and if you already have one, just put that email ID and then sign in with your email ID. So after login, you will just see this page. So you just need to fill this form. You just need to put your all the details, name and your email address, phone number, everything. And as you can see here on this side, that you get popular free services for 12 months. That's great. And 55 services that are always free. And the best thing is you will get 200 credits US dollars to access this account. So basically, Azure provides you 200 US dollars so that you can just use their services, and it is only available for 30 days. And I think that is enough to learn this lecture, to just gain knowledge from this lecture, and that is fine. And the best thing, you just need to click on sign up, and that's all. That's all. Just click on the sign up button, and that's all. After clicking on this, it will just ask you to put your card details and all. Do not afraid to put those details, because it will just ask you to confirm that you are the one who will be using their services, and they will not charge you after 30 days, because they will just automatically remove those services that you were using, and you will not get charged. Just trust Azure. So you do not need to worry. Just put those details and you are good to go. So once you have created your Azure account, it's time to actually go to Azure Portal and actually see how we can create Databricks Workspace within Azure Databricks. Yes, let's see that. So in order to access your Portal account, you just need to go on Google and just write portal.azure.com, and it will just take you to the Microsoft Azure Portal account. So are you excited to see your first Azure Portal account? Wow, this is our Azure Portal account. Do not need to worry if you see these services and not in your account, because these are like my previous resources that I have created so far. So do not need to worry. Now it should be fine, right? Now I have just changed my tab from recent to favorites. So this is the homepage of Azure Portal, and this is your Azure account, where you just create all the resources, where you just manage your Azure Portal account. Everything is done here. If you are new to Azure, so this is your first homepage, congratulations. Like, I was really excited. I still remember those days, like when I was just creating my first Azure account and I just landed on this page for the first time. I was really excited, and I love the UI. Like, it is so good. So as I just said, like, if you just see different resources or different services here, do not need to worry, because it just shows the services that you use, that you have used before. So do not need to worry. Do not need to worry. So first of all, before just creating a your Databricks or let's say Databricks service, I just want to tell you like some of the basics that you should know about Azure. Like it is like very basics. So first of all, I will just tell you what is this resource group. So basically, whenever we want to store our services, what are services? Services are like whenever you create Azure Databricks, that is a service. Whenever you create a storage account, that is a service. Whenever you create anything in Azure, that is a service. So we need to put those services in a folder, and that folder is also called as resource group. That's it. That is a kind of fancy term that we use in Azure, but that is just a folder. Do not need to worry. So we need to create two resources for this masterclass. What are these two resources? First of all, we will create data lake. Obviously, nowadays we work with data lake a lot, and data lake is the future. Obviously, delta lake is the future, but delta lake is built on top of data lake, so do not need to worry. Actually, I will just tell you each and everything about delta lake, but the storage, the core storage is data lake. And I will also show you how you can create data lake in Azure. So do not need to worry. Do not need to worry, bro. First is data lake, and second thing that we need is obviously Databricks account, or let's say Databricks Workspace. These are the two things that we want to create right now in order to access, or let's say in order to proceed with the further steps. So these are the two things. So first of all, let's create a data lake. And a quick question for you. If you want to store your data lake, where you will be storing it? We just discussed. Yes, in the resource group. So we have to create a resource group. So actually we need to create first a resource group, then these two services. So how you can create a resource group? Just go on the search tab and then just write, let's say resource group. It should pop up. Yeah, here we have. Click on resource group, and don't mind my previous resource groups. Just click on plus create button here in this corner. Just click on this plus create and click on create resource group. So then we need to just name our resource group. So you can just give it a name, anything. Like I will just give like Databricks masterclass. Simple. And I will just add RG in the beginning as a prefix. So region, you can just pick any region. Don't need to worry. You can just pick any region. Yep. So now just click on review plus create. Simple. So now it is validated. Just click on create for one more time and your group is ready. How you can search a resource group? So just go to your home tab and then if you see this button, you can click on it. Either you can just write your resource group like here, resource groups, and then it should just show you the name. Yeah, mine is here. So as we all can see that this is empty. Why? Because we do not have anything. That's why it is empty, right? So first of all, let's create storage account, which is also known as data lake. Not really. So there is a tip that I will show you while creating the storage account. So by default, when we create a storage account in Azure, it creates the blob storage. But by that tip, you can just convert your blob storage into a data lake. So let me show you. Click on this plus create. By the way, this is also another interview question, so you can just note it down. So I will be sharing like lots of interview questions as well, so do not need to worry. Just take notes and be happy and be excited. So first of all, I will just write storage account. So, and just be careful by picking the resources, because we just need to pick the services provided by Microsoft, because this is a kind of marketplace where external providers have already put some of the resources or services as third-party services, but we are just using Microsoft one. Click on this and click on create, and then we need to pick our resource group. And as we have already created one, and as we have already picked that resource group, so it is already filled. Very good. Now we need to use this box to give a storage account name. First of all, the account name that I will be using here, you cannot use it. No, I'm not just ordering you, that's the rule, because every storage account name should be unique throughout the Azure network. So you can just pick a unique name, or you can just follow my tip. So what I will do, I will just say data lake, and I will just write Ansh. Yeah, it should be unique. We do not have much Ansh available on this earth, so it is fine. So you can also write like data lake and then your name, anything, right? So it's up to you. Then we need to pick the region. Region is fine. Okay. Then we have two options, standard versus premium. Just pick standard. Now, one important thing, in case of redundancy, you need to pick LRS. Now, what is LRS? So basically, we have data redundancy options available in Azure. LRS means locally redundant storage, where data is replicated within the same data center. Do you really need to worry about this right now? No. So I'm just giving you this knowledge for your sake. So we have like 4 different types of redundancy options: LRS, GRS, and then ZRS, ZRS, and GZRS. So the most expensive one is like GZRS, and the cheapest one is LRS. So I will just pick LRS. Obviously, this is a free account, and obviously we have like US $200, but you should be like aware of the money that you are spending, because obviously once you land as a data engineer in any organization, you should be worried about their cost as well, right? So just click on next. Instead of click on review plus create, no. If I just click on this button, it will create the blob storage, and we do not want to do that. We need to create a data lake. So just click on next, and here is that thing. So when you just check this box, you are actually saying Azure that please create a data lake for us. Now, what is so magical in this box that when we check it, it will create a data lake? So the thing is, in data lake, we can store hierarchical folders. Hierarchical, let's say, hierarchical namespace means you can just store hierarchical folders. So let's say, let me just show you. Let's say you have a container. This is your container, right? And within this container, you want to create a folder, and within this folder you want to create another folder. Within this folder you need to create another folder. Then you need to save your files. You can do this, and this is called data lake, when you can just store folders within folders, and then you can just save your files. But in case of blob storage, you cannot do these steps. You will just get the opportunity to store data within the containers only. That's it. Now everything is good. Now you can just click on review plus create. That was really an important interview question. Just note it down and note all the questions, because in the future we will be discussing lots of questions. So note all the questions, like take notes of all the questions. So it is deploying our storage account. As you can see, deployment is in progress, and it should take just few seconds, and then we will be having our first storage account ready. And after this, we will be creating our Databricks account. Okay, let me just refresh it. Okay, this is done. So now we can just go to our resource. So we want to go to your resource, just click on it. Okay, so this is your storage account. Okay, do not feel overwhelmed, because this is just kind of overview, or you can say summary of our resource. So we are just concerned with this thing, containers. This is our data lake. We also get 3 more services within the storage account, but we are not using that one, like file shares, queues, tables. So file share is like a kind of one-stop solution when you want to share files with all the team members. And then queues is used for like storing messages when we are streaming something. And then tables is for like NoSQL, or you can say store data in the form of key value pairs. So yeah, but we are concerned with data lake, that is containers. Click on it. Now we want to create a container. Why? Because within this container we will create a folder. Simple. And we can actually create two containers. Why? Because one container will get treated as source, and second container will get treated as the destination, or let's say will get treated as the serving layer, because I will show you to create tables, delta tables, everything. So we will create two containers. One is like, you can say, source, and second one will be as destination. And within these containers we will just read and write our data. So first of all, let's create a container. Okay, so I will call it as source. Oh yes, perfect, source. So now I have a container called source. I will just create another one called destination. Okay, so source and destination, two containers are created. So now within this source we have nothing, but we should have some data. So that's why I will just upload one CSV file here right now, and do not need to worry, I will just provide the link of this dataset in my just description of this video, and you can just download this dataset and you can also upload this data. So I will show you how you can do that. This step is very simple. We just need to click on this upload button. That's it. And then we will be having some data available in data lake. So now I know you are getting a vibe what we are trying to do. We have our real data sitting in Azure data lake, and now we will read this data. We will work with this data in Databricks, and yes, we will follow all these steps how we can actually do this. Yes, that's why I picked Azure. That's why I picked Azure. So in order to upload, let me just upload the data. So as you can see that I have uploaded a sales.csv file, and you can also upload it, and I will just provide the link in the description. So once you have uploaded the file, just click on this upload button. That's it. See, our data is uploaded. Our data is uploaded. If you want to have a look with the file within Azure, you can do it. Just click on that file and then click on this edit button. So this is the data. Do not worry, this is a comma separated values file that is called CSV, which is separated by comma. If you just click on preview button, you will actually see the data in the structured format. See? So now you can just see this data. So this is the kind of preview that is available in Azure. So our groundwork is ready. We have data ready within our Azure network. So now it's time to actually create the Azure Databricks Workspace. Let's do that. So in order to create Azure Databricks Workspace, you simply need to go on home page, go there, then you can just click on resource groups. Just select your resource group that you created just now. So now, then you can just click on create button, because we want to put our Databricks account, Databricks Workspace within this resource group, right? So simply search Databricks, Databricks, search it. Then you should select this one, Azure Databricks, which is provided by Microsoft. Just remember this. Click on this one and then click on create button. Simple. Okay. Then same steps. We just need to name our workspace. So I will just name it as Databricks Master. Databricks Master. Let's call it Databricks Master. So now the thing is pricing tier. Which one you should pick? So basically, you have two options: premium and trial. Why I'm not saying standard? Because standard doesn't provide you all the functionalities. So basically, you can either pick premium because you have like 200 cards, and if you do not have 200 cards you have already spent, you can just create trial premium, which is just the trial version of the premium available for 14 days. Anything should work fine. So for this, I will just pick premium, so you can also pick premium. So here is the thing, why we need to put this manage resource group name again? Good question, right? So the thing is, this manage resource group name is not for us. Then it is for Databricks. Remember, we talked about Databricks manages our clusters, everything it manages. So it will put all those resources, all those virtual machines within this resource group. And we should not touch this resource group because this is for Azure Databricks. This is for Azure Databricks only. Simple. So we will just name it, let's say RG managed DB master. Simple. DB masterclass. Like, you can name it anything because we will not be using it. Don't worry. So now we are good to just create this. Just click on review plus create, and then you can just click on create button for one more time. And now it will just take few more seconds and your Databricks workspace will be ready. And let me tell you, you are just few steps away to actually get started with Azure Databricks or Databricks with Azure. So once it is deployed, I will just show you the user interface. I will just give you a walkthrough with the Databricks workspace, and then obviously step by step we will be learning each and everything required for Azure Databricks, and yes, Delta Lake in detail, because you cannot expect working with Databricks without Delta Lake. Without Delta Lake, you cannot expect. No. So it will take just few more seconds, and after that we are good to explore our Databricks workspace. I know you are really excited. I know. I was really excited when I was learning this. So we can just check the status here as well. So just click on resource group, select your resource group, and then here is our Databricks masterclass ready. It is ready. When you just click on it, so here this button is missing, which is launch workspace. That means it is taking some few more seconds to create it. Once it is ready, we can just click on it. So just wait for a few more seconds. Just wait. Just take a chill pill. Just take a chill pill. I'm just refreshing my page. As you can see, deployment is in progress. So yeah, we know that and we are waiting. So you just need to wait for a few more seconds. And once it is done, we will just kickstart our Databricks journey. So it is deployed. So now I'm really excited to hit this button that is launch workspace, because this will take us to Databricks workspace. So without wasting time, let's click on this. So this is your first Azure Databricks workspace. So you're finally working with cloud. Okay. So this is your Azure Databricks homepage. How's it? If this is your first Databricks workspace, obviously it is like full of questions and at the same time full of excitement as well. So you don't need to worry, because in the coming sessions, or let's say in the next few more minutes, you will be well versed with each and everything available in Databricks. Do not need to worry at all. So let me give you a walkthrough. First of all, what is this? What is this left pane? So it is everything. So just kidding. So this is your workspace. So basically, workspace, you can just create different workspaces within Databricks workspace. Let's say you want to store, um, you want to keep data. Let me just click on it and let me just show you, because that will be better for you to learn instead of just giving you theoretical knowledge. So this is your, let's say, Databricks workspace. Within this Databricks workspace, you can click on this button. There's a drop down and you can actually create workspaces. And workspace is nothing but a kind of, you can say, repository where you can just actually store the notebooks. Simple. Yeah. And how you can create it, it is very simple. Let me just show you. Simply click on this workspace button and it will just show you repos, shared, users. Just click on this drop down, you will see nothing. But just click on this create button and then you have these options available. But as I just said, that first we will create folders, because folders are really handy whenever we want to do something. So we can also create notebook, we can also create dashboard, we can also like create so many things directly within the workspace. But it is a recommended approach that we should first create the folder, and then within that folder we should create these resources. So first of all, I will just click on folder and I will name it as Databricks workspace, or let's say masterclass. Databricks masterclass. Simple. It's too long, but yeah, it's fine. Click on create button. Simple. Now you can see that a workspace is created. Databricks masterclass. Now you can create notebooks and different stuff within this particular folder. Yes, we will create it. Let me just give you a walkthrough with all other things as well. Then we have recent tab. So recent tab is like really handy when you want to open something that you have recently opened. So this will just show you everything. And for now, if I just click on it, it will just show me nothing because I haven't opened anything. Then within the catalog tab, so basically when we just click on this catalog button, it shows us like all the data catalog, all the let's say data. Basically data catalog is like one stop solution for your all the metadata is like data about data. So all those things like data types, tables, schema, database, everything under one roof, that is called like data catalog. So you can just monitor each and everything from this tab. If I just click on workflows, so workflows is a feature that allows us to orchestrate our notebooks within Databricks. So we can just orchestrate, we can just run our notebooks after like in a sequence or in a flow using Databricks workflows. Then, then the very important thing, which is this compute button. What is this compute button? So basically, we talked about cluster, right? So now this compute button, or let's say this compute tab, this create compute button will allow us to create a cluster. Yes, this will allow us to create a cluster, and we just need to configure it, and everything will be managed by Databricks itself. That's it. This is so good. So we will do it. Just hold on. Then we have like tabs such as SQL, data engineering, machine learning. So these are some of the packages that we have available under every tab. So if you are like more inclined towards data engineering, then it will just show us these things like data ingestion. It will show us the connectors, and in case of machine learning, it will just give us some of these model buildings and these, let's say, machine learning model building capabilities. So it has give you a customized tab as well, so you can just focus on the services aligned to your role. Simple. Then we have marketplace. So this marketplace is like third party connectors, or let's say third party services that we can use within Databricks. Then at the end we have partner connect. This is very handy because whatever data lake house you will be building within Databricks, you can actually connect with the third party solutions. Let's say I will click on partner connect, and I will see like BI tools such as, just cross this, such as you can say Power BI, Tableau, ClickView. So you can actually connect with these third-party solutions. And at the end, I think I can just show you like how you can just connect this once we have like everything set up. So you can just efficiently create your Power BI dashboards, Tableau dashboards, connecting your data within the Databricks. So everything is available under one roof, and that's why Databricks is very much in demand. Yes, that is the sole reason. So now I want to create cluster. So I will simply go to compute tab, and I will just click on this compute button, and I will create a cluster. So to create a cluster, simply click on this compute button and just need to click on create compute. This step is very important, and this is not a rocket science, but still like you should be aware of this step as well. So first of all, we will pick the policy. First of all, you can just rename your cluster, but I just like to keep this name like Ansh Lamba's cluster. You can just like name it anything, but I do like this thing. But you can just click on this pencil button, you can just change it as well. Do not need to worry about anything till the time you are on my channel. So click on this policy. I will keep it as unrestricted. So here are the thing like multi-node and single node. For this particular masterclass, we do not need multi-nodes because we are not processing large amount of data, but in real world, you will just click on multi-node. But for now, you can just click on single node. This will not affect your learning because we are not managing any cluster. I told you, Databricks manages everything for us. Click on single node, then access mode is single user access done. Then Databricks runtime. Okay, let's pick one Databricks runtime. So I can just pick this 14.3 LTS, that is for long time support, and I have like worked with this runtimes like so many times, so it is good. So then we have like photon acceleration. There's no need to check this. Then node type, we will just keep the basic node in which we have like 4 cores. So I will pick DS3V2 14 GB memory, that is enough. Now, what is this terminate after button? So basically, we do not want our cluster to run for 2 hours. That is for like 120 minutes. Like if our cluster is inactive for 120 minutes, and after that, it will be disabled automatically. But we need to cut this time. We can just say only 30 minutes of inactivity is enough. If I'm inactive for like 30 minutes, bro, what you are doing, bro? Yeah. So if I'm just inactive for like 30 minutes, it can disable my cluster to save my cost. Obviously, for now, we do not need to worry about cost, but in real world, you should be aware of this step as well, because at the end, you can make a lot of impact if you are saving a lot of money for the organization. So tags, we are good. Now it's simple, it's done. Just click on create compute, done. It will take like few minutes to create our cluster. So as you can see, it is rotating. So once it is done, we will see one green button that is also called as online button. But yeah, in this world, in Spark world, we have like cluster is ready. That means it is green. So once it is green, like meanwhile, we can do one thing. We can just create our notebook. Yeah. So how we can create it? Simply go to Workspace. And just select your workspace by clicking on this button and just click on your workspace that you have created, and then just click on this create button. Click on this create button, and this time we want to create a notebook. Okay, yeah. So this will open a canvas in which we will be seeing notebook, and if this is your first notebook, then you will have lots of questions. So yeah, that's good, that's good. So wow, this is our notebook, this is our notebook, this is our notebook. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry, I'm here to answer your all the questions. So first thing first, just rename your notebook, because you will forget it when you will be just coding it, and after some time you will see, hey, where's my notebook, and I don't know, and then you will need to just check all the notebooks manually, and I don't know, I don't want that. So first of all, just click on this and just press backspace, and then you can just give any name. Let's say I want to give tutorial. Simple, hit enter. Now your notebook is named as tutorial. Simple, simple, simple. So first of all, what is this file button? So basically, Databricks allows us so many options, like we can just create new notebook, obviously. We can import a notebook as well. Yes, if you already have a notebook saved. Okay, so what does it mean? So basically, I will just provide the link of this notebook, of my notebook as well. So if you want to refer it, you can simply click on import, and that's it. You can have my notebook in your workspace. See, then you have like share, schedule, change the font, cell language. We will just talk about it, don't worry. Then we have clone. If you want to clone your notebook, then rename. Obviously there's I think better way to do it directly from here. Then export. What does this mean, export? Now when I will be uploading my notebook in my GitHub repository, I will use this option. I will use this option. So I can export my notebook into my personal computer, and I can just share it with anyone. I can even export the whole folder. Let me just show you. Let me just click on it. So now as you can see, DBC archive, source file, Python notebook, HTML. So you can create anything you want. So DBC archive means I can just download this DBC archive. So whenever you want to import a notebook, you can just click on this and it will open it in the Databricks workspace, right? And this IPython notebook, you can just open this notebook in any IDE, let's say Jupyter or anything. But DBC archive is really good. Let me just click on this import button, then you will know. When you click on import, then obviously when you will click on browse, you can either pick DRC or any IPython notebook. Do not need to worry, I will just provide the link and you can just click on import, and you can just download my notebook from GitHub repository, and then you can just upload using my notebook and obviously using your PC. Simple. So this was all about file. Now what is this edit button? So basically like delete cell, insert cell, select cell, and do not need to worry because we do not use this edit tab to run the cell, to delete it. We just use the shortcuts, and I will tell you what are those shortcuts. Now this view button is very important for some. So the best feature of this button is like editor theme, not editor theme, workspace theme. If you want to use dark theme, you can just click on it and you will have dark theme. But I do like dark theme, but while working with Databricks, I like white theme. It's up to you. If you want to keep it dark, you can keep it dark, but I really like light theme while working with Databricks. I don't know why, but yeah, it is what it is. Simple. And then this was all about like some of the basic things that you should see in the notebooks. And now what is this connect button? So basically whenever you run your notebooks, you should connect your notebooks to a cluster, because obviously whatever code you will be writing, you need some computation to actually access your code. Simply click on this connect button and it will show all the available clusters right now. So as you can see, my cluster is also ready. It is showing green, and I can simply click on it and it will connect my cluster, connect my notebook with the cluster. Simple. Now I can just write anything, I can just run anything, and everything will be run by this cluster, these machines. In this case, this machine, because this is single node. Simple, simple. So this was an overview of Databricks notebook. Now it's time to create chapters. Yeah, chapters, because it will be really handy when you will be creating chapters. So what is the chapter number 1? Okay, let me show you. So the chapter number 1 is magic commands. And why we call it as like magic commands? What is the magic behind these commands, and what are these commands? So basically, as we all know, as we just talked about, that we can just use multiple languages within Databricks notebook. We didn't talk about it, I know. So the thing is, we can use multiple languages within the Databricks notebook. Yes, you can use Python, you can use SQL, you can use R. I personally hate R. Ah. You can use MD. What is MD? MD is also called as Markdown, which is very handy when you want to create headings, subheadings, titles within those notebook cells. Then FS, file system. There are like much more magic commands. So why we call them as magic command? So basically, let's say this is your cell. We just saw like how a cell looks like. Let's say in this cell, you want to use Python, okay? And then you want to use SQL. You can use this magic command. You can use this magic command. You can just switch among different languages like this. Like this. So you do not need to change the default language every time. We just saw default language, right? Now we are just going to cover that as well. So there's a default language written here for all the cells. By default, it keep it as Python because PySpark is a very popular API right now, and everyone prefers writing code in PySpark, which is Python API of Spark. So it shows Python by default. So by default, it will execute our code in Python language. But let's say in this cell you want to execute a code in SQL. You can, instead of changing your default language every time, you can just use magic command and it will do magic for you. It will just treat it as your SQL command. Simple. Let's cover these magic commands first. Let's see. So I'm in my Databricks notebook. So the default language I was talking about is this one, Python. It is already written Python. In your scenario as well, it is Python. Now someone someone from you will say, hey, if I just want to change my default language, yeah, you can do that. How? You can just click on this file button, and here you can see this change default cell language, this one. And when you click on it, it will show you Python, SQL, Scala, R. So some of you will prefer doing coding in Scala. I'm not a fan of Scala. I just like Python more. So it's up to you. So by default, it gives us the option as Python. So if you want to change it, you can just change it from here. So then it will just show here Scala or R or SQL if you want to change it. So if I just write anything, let's say I want to write any Python code, print hello sir. Then if I run it now, another shortcut key. If you want to run this cell, there are two ways. So basically you can just run it from here as well, like by going to edit and then just run cell every time. So other way of doing it, just click on shift plus enter. Just press shift plus enter. Yeah, it ran. Yeah, it is running. See, it is running. Yeah, and it gave me the output as well. Hello sir. Simple. And you saw by default it ran my code as under Python language. Now if I just run something like, let's say I want to run a SQL command, so I can just type %SQL and default language is still Python. Now it is changed because it recognized it, because I wrote magic command. This is the magic. So if I just type select hello sir, that's it. If I run it, it will return me a table like hello sir, column name and value is hello sir. Simple. See, this is the magic. This is the magic that it does. This is the magic. Now I know you are really excited to try MD. What is MD? So MD is a markdown. First of all, let me write %MD. So if I just write anything, if I want to create a heading, it gave me so many options like heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, bold, italic, everything. If I just want to make a heading, let's say H1, it will add one hashtag. And if I just write anything, let's say Databricks masterclass, and the same way you can run it, shift plus enter. See, you can just create a heading, and under this heading you can just create cells. And I know now you know why it is important, because it promotes readability of the notebook. You would know which cell is doing what. It is like adding comments but with better UI. You can even add text something like this, like %MD. Wait, %MD. And then you can just say, I want to make any text bold without making a big heading. So let's say data reading, let's say. So it will create a title. Simple. And if you want to create a heading of different size, so just click on it and let me hit enter. Let's say heading 2. I will say Databricks. It will create a heading of a little bit smaller size. See, heading 2. You can do anything like you want, and it's up to you, like how you want to create your notebooks, how you want to keep the readability of your notebook. And obviously, more the readability, better the performance, because whenever you will be revisiting your notebooks, you can easily debug your code. So it's not about the performance of the notebook, but it's like your personal performance. So let me just remove it. So this was all about magic commands. Let me just run it because I want to keep it. Yeah, that was all about magic commands. So now I want you to create your first data frame using your own customized data. Yeah, you can do that. So obviously we create data frame on top of the data setting in the data lake. So what do I mean? Let's say this is our data lake and this is our data lake container. Obviously we create data frame on top of this data, but you can also create data frame like with customized data, with the data that you want to put, and for that you do not need to read any data. And how you can create it? It is very simple. First of all, you need to create one data set, like simple data, a list of tuples or list of records. Simple. I will create a list and I will say like 1 and then name. 1 is my id, aa is my name, and then I want to put their marks, let's say 30. I know it's less, but still, let's keep it. Oh, so Databricks has all. So that is the reason I love Databricks. So it monitors our code continuously as we are writing. So it has identified a pattern that I'm using this kind of pattern. So it has given me suggestions. See that I can use these things. I love Databricks. So I will just write 2, and I can just click on tab button to just fill the data. No, I don't want more data. I just want 3 records. Thank you so much for your help. So now I can just define schema. So how you can define schema? So schema basically is like the column names and the data types. Simple. So in our scenario, we have 3 columns. Like one is ID, then we have name, and then their marks. Simple. So I will call it as my data, and I will call it as my schema. Simple. And how we can do it? Just use a string and let's say ID. Oh, he's so smart, but not 100% because it has suggested me a column with age, and by the way, it is not age, it is marks. Obviously, how does it know? So simple. So this is our groundwork for it, and we just need to use a function called create data frame. Let me write it for you. It's create data frame. This function helps us to create our own data frame using our customized data. So I can simply say df equals to spark dot create data frame. See, it gave me suggestions. Okay, it gave me some more suggestions. Okay, we do not need your suggestion. Let me provide the knowledge. Okay, my data comma schema equals to my schema. Simple. So as you can see, let me just make it a little bit zoomed. Not this much. Yeah, this much is enough. Yeah. So as you can see that I have provided the schema here and my data here. Now I just want to run it. And how you can run it? Shift plus enter. I won't repeat this because I have already repeated this so many times, so you should remember it. So if you want to display your data, how you can display your data? So there's a function called display, and then you can just write your df. You can just encapsulate your df inside this, or there's another way called df dot display. The suggested way is this, but I don't know, I like using this. It's up to you. I'm just kidding. So yeah, I'm not kidding about the suggested way. Suggested way is the previous one because it is very handy when you want to build visualizations. Yes. Yeah, you can just build visualizations as well. I will show you. Don't worry, bro. Don't worry. Just stay calm. Just stay here. So I can just run this command, and then you should see your data frame. This is your first data frame that you have created in Databricks. 1 AA 30, 2 BB 40, 3 CC 50. Simple, 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 simple. This is your like data frame, like columns, records, and everything. This is your customized data frame that you have created using your own data. And now it's time to jump on the chapter 2, in which we will be covering much more than the basics. And yes, let's start with that. Now, let's discuss this chapter. So this is a part of that chapter. So DBFS, what is this DBFS? This is really, really important concept. So basically DBFS stands for Databricks File System. Okay. What's that? That sounds fancy, but what's that? Databricks File System. So basically, let me give you a scenario. So our data is in the raw container, as we know, right? And I'm telling you how you can access it, but before that, just think. So this is in a container, right? This is in a container, and this is the data lake. This is the, oh, my handwriting, man. This is data lake, right? This is data lake. So if you want to access this data, you need to provide the URL. You need to provide URL. Simple. See, to access this data, because obviously you need to give the URL where the data is residing, right? In which container, in which storage account. So instead of providing that URL again and again, DBFS, that's Databricks file system, is basically a distributed file system which acts as an abstraction layer. What does it mean? So it will create an abstraction layer like this. See, like this. Now this is an abstraction layer on top of the data lake. This is my abstraction layer. See, now this will create an abstraction layer. So what does it mean? Instead of providing URL, we can use file semantics. Let me repeat. We can use file semantics. What are file semantics? So file semantics are similar to file systems. So instead of writing URL, you can write something like this: file store, then your container, let's say raw, and then your let's file.csv, anything. So instead of writing URLs, you can use these semantics. That's called DBFS. So you do not need to provide the full URLs. Actually, you can point your data to this thing, but this is just an abstraction layer. The actual data is residing in data lake, but it will act as it is residing in this particular folder in your Databricks notebook. This is very handy because you do not need to provide URLs again and again, and obviously you do not need to I think devote much time to find the data as well, because you can just go to file store folder and you can just get to know like where data is residing. Simple. This is DBFS, Databricks file system, or distributed file system. Yes, this was all about DBFS. This is really important. And yes, when we are just reading data and we want to just use the file systems, or you can say folders, we can just use file system DBFS. It's your personal choice if you want to use. Like my responsibility is to just give you all the information. I personally like using URLs. I don't know why, but yeah, you have the option available to use these file semantics to read the data from the Databricks, or let's say read the data from the Databricks, but that data is residing in the data lake. Actually, it is residing in the data lake. Understood? I hope you are just taking notes of these things. Yes, just take notes. And that's where we have another concept called mounting. So what does that mean? So we just mount the external location and we create the DBFS on top of it so that we can just use the same things. Do not worry, we will discuss everything in detail. So this was all about DBFS. So now it's time to cover another thing, which is accessing the data from Databricks, and data is in our data lake. Okay, this is the major step, and this is the step I think that you should be aware of if you want to be an outlier in the crowd. Yes, because that is the sole point I have picked Azure, because you need to be proficient enough to actually perform this step. So now let me just explain you this with the simplest example, or this with like how, with the, let's say, simplest analogy. So this is your Databricks workspace, right? And we have a notebook created in this Databricks workspace, and you want to read the data sitting in this data lake, and we have already created the container, right? How you can read the data sitting in this data lake? How? You will say, I want to read. I know, but this data is in Azure. This data is in Azure data lake. This data is secured. Not everyone can access it. It is not available for everyone. How this Databricks workspace can read it? Let me tell you. This is exactly same as we follow the steps in real life. How? Let me tell you. So let's say if you want to enter into a college, bro, from where we have included college, just hold on, because that is the simplest analogy. So if you enter into a college, not enter, if you want to enter, like you want to just enter into your college, or let's say to attend your class. So this is your college, and this is you. This is you, right? And this college is not a public park. Similarly, this data lake is not a public, like data available for public. This is secured, and here they have a security guard, right? It's fun, man, but it's really helpful to for you to understand it. And they have a security guard, they have a stick as well in the hand. Okay. So here they have a security guard. You try to go there, enter there, and it stops you. It stops you. Why? He says, show me your ID card. He says, show me your ID card. And you say, I do not have this ID card. Let's say you say this, you do not have this ID card. So he will ask you, just go back. Just go back. Then similarly, Databricks will go to this data lake. Data lake will say, hey, show me your ID card. Show me something that you are eligible to read my data. He will say, I do not have anything. He will say, okay, then go back. Then go back. But this time he says, I have this ID card. This is a, let's suppose this is an ID card. He says, hey, this time I have an ID card. Then it will say, okay, you can read my data. You are welcome. Understood? So how we can give this particular ID card to our Databricks? So we will include something called service principal. Oops. Service principal. So we will include something called as service principal, which is a kind of an application, which is a kind of an application which have the access to read this data, which have the access to read this data. This has the access. This is our application. And how we will give this access, I will show you. There's a way to do that. So once this has the eligibility or access to read this data, we will use this key in our Databricks workspace here, and then we can access this data. Magic. That's not magic. These are like the credentials that you need to follow. This is the thing that makes you an outlier, because not everyone is aware of how to perform this step. And once you know, that means you are learning a lot, and you are on the path which is going towards be an outlier. Simple. So let me just show you. The steps are really easy. So there are like two steps involved. First of all, we will create this ID or application. Then we will allow the access to read the data from the data lake. Step number one is done. Step number one is done. Then in the step two, this Databricks workspace will import this credential. That's it. Simple. Done. And let me show you how you can do it. Everything can be done in Azure Databricks. So let me just go to my Azure Databricks, like in Azure Databricks, and then you can just go to your Azure portal. Click on it and just click on the home button. So first of all, we will go to Microsoft Entra ID. So simply you can just search it, Entra ID. Yep, click on it. And then after clicking on it, just go to app registrations. Simple, app registrations. Now it will just show owned applications. We do not have anything. So just click on new registration. Simple. And in this new registration, you just need to name your application. That's it. You just need to name. Let's say I can put Ansh service principal. Let's say service principal. Simple. And then you can just click on register button. So now once it is done, you can just go to all applications and you can just find your application that you have created. So this is the one. So just click on it. It will give you the overview, like everything. So here are the things that we need to take care of. What are those things? Let me tell you. So first of all, we need to copy these two informations, application ID and object ID, these two applications. That's it. So I will just use my, just application ID and tenant ID, these two applications, this one and this one. Like these two application ID and tenant ID, you can just store it in your notebook or let's say in the notepad for now. And then when we will be just jumping in the Databricks notebook, we can just use this. That's it. So once you have copied this, like you can just copy to clipboard and just paste it in the notepad. Simple. So there's one more thing that you need to do. You just need to go to certificates and secrets, this one. Yep, because we need to create the secret as well. Just click on it. And when you click on it, you just need to create a new secret, client secret. Let's see, anything. Like I already have some, let me delete it quickly. Or just keep it like I can just create a new one as well. So once you click on it, you can just name it anything like, or provide a description like, let's say masterclass. Simple. And it will be expired in 6 months. So click on add. Then when it will be added, it's a very important step. When it will show the value, instantly copy it because it will get disappeared after that and you have to create a new one. Then just click on this, copy to clipboard. That's it. Once you have clicked on copied, let me just go to the Databricks Workspace, this one, and just go to the Recents tab. And in the Recents tab, you should see your tutorial notebook. Just click on it. Simple. And here we will use these values. And as I have mentioned that you can just copy this information. So I will directly copy it in my Databricks notebook instead of just copying it to the notepad. But if it is in your notepad, it's good. So first of all, I will just create a markdown because that's a kind of different heading. So we know like how to create it, %MD. Then I want to keep it as H3 and I will say access data. Simple. So I will just paste it here. Let's say secret is this one. And let me just grab other two values as well. I can just go to my service principal and this is my application ID. So I can call it as app ID equals this. And this is my tenant ID. This is this tenant ID. Simple. Yep, simple. So we have noted down all the values. Now we need to complete our first step. We have created the application. We have stored all the information of that application. Now we need to assign this application to access the data in data lake. How we can do that? Just simply go to Azure tab. And now you need to click on your home button. Now you need to click on your resource group. Now you need to select your data storage account. Then click on containers. And here just stop. click on access control IAM. Click on this. See, these are the steps are missing. These are the steps missing when we work with only Databricks Community Edition. And then people say that they know how to work with Databricks, but still they cannot clear interviews because they do not have end-to-end experience how to work with the cloud. That's where recruiters just grab them, like, just stop here, we know that you do not know this. So that's why you should practice these things as well. That's why I have picked Azure just for you, so that you can learn and you can ace your interviews. And I would love to hear from you all when you will say, hey, we have just uh, qualified this interview and we got selected. I would be the happiest one. So once you click on access control, you just need to click on plus add, because we are defining one new access control, one new role. Click on plus add role assignment. Then you need to search a role called storage blob contributor. Storage blob data contributor, this one. We will just pick this one. Simply just search it again, storage blob data contributor. Click on it, and after clicking on it, click on next. Then it will ask us which service principal you should provide the access. We will say we want to select members. Okay, and then we will search our service principal name. So I will write my storage service principal. So on service principal, yeah, this one. Simply click on it. Obviously yours will be different, so I will click on select, and then you can just click on review plus assign. So I will click on it and click on it for one more time, and it will assign the role. The role is assigned, but sometimes, like, it takes some time, so do not need to worry. Now our first step is done, and do you know, second step is already done by Databricks itself, or let's say by Microsoft itself, because obviously these things are available in documentation. So I will simply jump on my Databricks notebook, and now my this application ID, tenant ID, secret, that means this app, my app has the access. It has the access. Now the second step was we need to import this in Databricks, and to do that we do not need to do anything. We simply need to go on Google, and we can just write something as access data lake using Databricks. Yeah, click on it. So you can just click on the Microsoft documentation. Simple. So it will show you how you can connect. You do not need to read this. You do not need to read this. We just need this code, and the code is here, this one. Simply copy it. Do not read anything. I have explained all the things in the easiest way. See, all these things are explained by your friend, so do not need to worry. So we need to just create another cell, another code cell. So I will just paste that code here, and then we need to just replace these values, these ones, with our tenant ID. See, these ones, these ones. Why? Because this is the generic code, and you can see the variables here: storage accounts to application ID. We just need to provide this. That's it. Our second step is already done by Databricks and Microsoft. So thank you so much. So first of all, just remove this thing. We do not need this. Then what we can do, first of all, we will remove the storage account variable, storage account parameter that they have added. So we will write our own storage account name, and in my case it is data lake Ansh. In your scenario, your storage account name should be different, and whatever you have picked, right? So I will just replace in all the places data lake Ansh, and then data lake Ansh, and then here as well, data lake Ansh, data lake Ansh. Okay, now second thing that we need to remove is this application ID, and we have our own application ID. So I will copy it and I will paste it here. Okay, now we need to remove this service credential. In case of service credential, we need to put our secret. Just follow these steps carefully. These are really, really important. So simply add double quotes and then remove it. Simple. Then the last thing is directory ID. This directory ID. So for directory ID, we will use tenant ID, and we will just remove this and we will put it here. Simple. Just do these steps carefully. You can just rewatch this part. If you just make any mistake regarding double quotes or anything, just rewatch this part and carefully see what things I have selected. See, now I do not need to do anything. I just need to run this. Let me run this. It is done. It is done. Now our this step is done. This one. This step is done. Now our Databricks is allowed to read this data. It is allowed. It is allowed. So now I will just show you an important factor, important thing within the Databricks. That's called utilities. That's called Databricks Utilities. I will write it for you. That's called Databricks Utilities. Databricks Utilities. So now it's time to discuss this, because now we have all the access with the data. So now we can just run this, and now we can just test this, and now we can actually learn it practically. So what are these utilities? So we have some of the utilities available within Databricks, and very famous utility is dbutils.fs. What is this? With this particular utilities, we can get to know what are the files stored within the particular location. Let me repeat. This particular Databricks utilities help us to know the files available within the particular location. So if you want to see how many folders or how many files do we have under, let's say, source container, we can do this. Yes, we can do this. So this utility is really handy. So this is our first utility. Just take notes, because we are discussing all the utilities one by one. This is our first utility. Let's do this. So I will just write it here, text, and I will create a heading 3, and I will call it DB Utilities. Don't worry, I will just provide this notebook as well. That's why I'm creating so many headlines, or not headlines, like headings, titles, and subheadings, so that you can easily navigate through it, but still you should also create it. So first of all, our first Databricks utility is, let me create another heading, and I will make it just bold, and I want to call it as dbutils.fs. Simple. And I will run this. Let's discuss it. So now we know that our source container, remember we created one source container and we uploaded one file. I want to confirm that, do we have that file in that container? Do we have some data in that container? How we can do it? We simply need to write dbutils.fs.ls. Now we need to give the location. So there's a syntax that we follow within Databricks. That syntax is really easy to learn, but if you do not need to learn, if you do not want to learn, you can just copy paste it from the documentation. It is really handy and available there as well. But as I have like loaded data so many times, so I remember that syntax, and it's always good to remember that. Let me just zoom it a little bit. And the syntax is, oh, they have given us the syntax. You do not need to remember, you do not need to go to any documentation. Databricks is there for you. He is just giving the suggestions. See, wow, man, such a great tool. So syntax is really easy. So what we need to do, first of all, we need to write ABFSS. Simple. It is written on the screen as well, but still I'm just explaining you as well, because I want you to know each and everything, the reasoning, how and why and what behind everything. So ABFSS is like Azure blob storage, then colon, then // then we need to write the container name, not storage account name, container name. Our container name is source, put it, then @ then we need to put the storage account name. In my scenario, it is data lake Ansh. Then rest of the things are same, like .dfs, .core, .windows, .net. Simple. And then I will write / to know how many things do we have under this. Now I will simply run this. Now I should see my file. Oh, okay, we have an error. So this error is related to that it is unable to identify this particular location. So there are basically two reasons behind it. Either you have put wrong destination, or let's say wrong URL, or your service credential has some errors. That's why I tested this first, and then I wanted to show you this, because in the real life we do face these errors, that our data is not accessible, our data is not readable. So what is the reason behind it? Let me show you. This was intentional, and let me show you how we can get rid of this error, because this is the real-time example, this is the real-time scenario. So did you find the error? So that there was like no error. So I intentionally, what I did, so I did not replace this with my storage account. Why did I do that? So the thing is, you should be aware of this tip, and there are like many reasons behind the error that you can face like this. Because when I was learning and I was facing this issue, I didn't find anything. I was like, everything is right, why I'm not able to read the data? So the thing is, you just need to replace this variable as well, and just make sure that you have replaced all the variables. That's it. And then I will write data lake unsh here as well, and when you write it, I hope it should run fine. So simply run it, and then here I know that you know like what you should see. Exactly. Now it is giving us the file which is at this location, abfs source at the data lake, yeah, and then it is giving us the name as well, that is sales.csv. That's perfect. As you know that this particular utility is used to know the files that we have under particular location. Now you can see sales.csv file. If we would have multiple files, it would have given us multiple files. If we would have multiple folders, it would have given us multiple folders. This utility is really handy, and especially I personally use it to test my connections, that everything is running fine, like we can access the data. How was it? Good. Okay, so now the second utility is, it's dbutils.widgets. Widgets. What is this? We need to know. Yeah, I'm just telling you. Just hold on. Let me just create a markdown for my widgets. So it is dbutils.widgets. Simple. What it does. So in the real world, we need to make our Databricks notebook parameterized, in which we need user to give us the input, and according to that we use that input. Did you get it? Let me repeat. So let's say I want to create a parameter, and I want user to provide me the input for this particular parameter. How we can use it? There's a function, there's a utility called dbutils.widgets. So to use it, we simply need to write dbutils.widgets.text. Now there are many options like text and I think drop down, multiple, but for now I'm just explaining you with an example called text. So what it will do, I just need to give the parameter name. Let's say I want to name it as p_name. I want user to give me the name, and then I can add comma, and then I can define the default value for it. Let's say default value is unsh, let's say, right? Then I can just run it, and I just need to encode it because it's a name. So I will just run this. Now let's see the magic. Did you see what happened? It has created a box for us. This is not a box, this is a parameter. So whenever we will be running this notebook, user has the ability to give us the value, and if user doesn't provide us anything, it will take unsh. Not unsh. Okay, so this is just an example. So let me just show you how it works. Okay, unsh, you have told us that we can just define the parameter, but what if user has defined here, let's say, what's your name? What should I write? Let me put my last name, Lamba. So let's say user has provided Lamba. Now this value is changed. Now this is Lamba, right? How I can pull this value? So there is a function called dbutils.widgets.get. So instead of using .text, we will be using .get. Instead of using .text, we will be using .get. So how we can just do it? Let's say I will write dbutils.widgets.get, and then I just need to define my parameter name, which is p name. Simple. And I can store this value in a variable called var, like any variable. Simple. Now I will run this. This is done. Now I can use this variable anywhere in the notebook. See, I can just print it as well. If I want to print it, I will simply write var and I will run it. It will give me lambda. See, I can use this variable anywhere in my notebook, and I can make my notebook parameterized. So interview question, if you want to make your notebooks parameterized, how you can use it? You can use dbutils.widgets. This is the kind of utility that we have within Databricks. Was it good? Was it good? Was it good? Yes. Now there's another utility that we really important. It's a little bit complex, but this can be the game changer. Yeah, because this is really important to know, and I know this utility is little bit hard to grab, but once you understood it, once you understand the whole architecture, like how things are working, it is really easy to remember and easy to implement as well. And in the real world scenarios, you cannot imagine working with Databricks without this utility. Trust me. So if this is so important, you need to be double focused this time and just turn off your all the notifications, because this is like the next few minutes need lots of focus. So what's that utility? Like, we need to know the name. So the name is, let me make it bold. So dbutils dot secrets. As the name suggests, that it is very handy when we are working with secrets. So the thing is, in the real world situation, in the real world scenarios, when we are just working with different environments such as dev, qa, prod, so we do not want to hard code these values, such as this one, such as this secret. Obviously we do not want to show this value. We as developers can see this, but let's say we do not want to show this to admins, we do not want to show this to other developers or junior developers, anyone. So in that particular scenario, we need to remove this value from here, and we need to do something so that we can grab the value as well, and we do not want to show the value as well. So how we can do it? So let me share you the architecture, like how things work in the real world. So when we are working with Azure, this is the reason I have picked Azure. I'm saying it again and again because these things are really important. So what we do in Azure, we have a resource called Key Vault. Keyvault. Let me write it for you. So we have a resource called Key Vault. Simple? Yeah, we have a resource called Key Vault in Azure. So in Azure, we store this Key Vault. That is a resource, and within this Key Vault, we store our secret. Okay, we store our secret. So in Databricks, we create a secret scope. What does it mean? So in Databricks, we create something called a secret scope, which links Databricks to this particular secret by not hard coding anything, by directly connecting to this Key Vault. This is so powerful. That means your secret will be pulled directly from the Key Vault instead of this notebook. See, this is so powerful, and this is so important if you are working with the real world scenarios. So how we can actually do it? It is very simple. Just go to your Azure portal and you just need to search Key Vaults as your resource. So it should pop up here. Simple. So now obviously you do not have any Key Vault created, so just click on create button from here or from here, anything. It's up to you. So now we need to just pick the resource group. We can just pick our resource group. Just make sure you are picking the same resource group. Right now we need to just name it. Now I can just say masterclass Key Vault. masterclass key, or let's say vault as well. Masterclass key vault Ansh. Okay, okay. I know the name is really, really long, but can't help. Sorry. So now it is done. Now we can go to next. And one thing to remember, you need to pick Vault Access Policy instead of Azure RBAC. Just pick this one, Vault Access Policy, and then you can click on Review plus Create. Simple. And click on Create button for one more time. And it should just create that key vault. It will take just like few seconds. Simple. So actually it is creating that key vault. Key vault is really, really handy when you want to store the secrets, or like, let's say any sensitive information, right? So it is done. We can just click on go to resource, and now we can create something called as secrets as mentioned in the architecture. Right now, click on secrets. We will create one, and hold on. If you want to create secrets, if you want to do anything, you just need to first of all go to here, access control IAM. First of all, go here, and you need to assign yourself as key vault admin, because you need to be an administrator to create any secret. Go here and click on plus add role assignment, and then you will pick a role called key vault admin. See, key vault administrator. Simple. Click on next. Then you need to pick the users. Okay, then you can just pick your email ID. Click on select. Click on review plus assign. Simple. Click on review plus assign for one more time. Done. It is added. Now we can create the secrets. Now we can just click on this button, secrets. Click on it and click on generate plus import. Now we will just name our secret. Let's say I want to call it as app secret, because we are just storing the application ID secret, that is service principal. I'm just showing an example. Okay, and then secret value, I can just grab it from here. Okay, I can just grab this value from here, and this is my value. Done. And now I can just click on create button. So now what we have done, we have stored our secret. Our one, like, half part is done. Now we need to link our Databricks account to this particular secret by creating secret scope. How you can create secret scope in Databricks? So there is a tip for you. Just go to home tab and then just search your Databricks workspace by simply searching Databricks, like in the name of your Databricks workspace. Then copy this URL, which is the URL of your Databricks workspace. Like, paste it in your tab, Google tab or any tab. Then just focus on this area. You need to add hashtag secrets, then slash create scope. This is the thing that you need to add after your URL. Hashtag secrets slash create scope. C in lowercase, S in uppercase. Simply hit enter. Okay, so now we can create the scope. Now if I want to create a scope, I need to name it. I can say Ansh scope. Simple, like anything. And manage principal, you can pick any, like creator or all workspace users. So leave it like this. Now we need to provide DNS name and resource ID. In order to provide the DNS name and resource ID, we need to go to our Azure Key Vault and we need to grab DNS name and resource ID from there, because we are linking our Databricks secret scope with the Azure Key Vault. So just go here, like go home tab and click on Key Vaults, and then click on your Key Vault resource, and then you need to just go to the properties. Simple. And here you have everything. The vault URI is your DNS name. And your resource ID is your resource ID. Simple. Now click on create. So it should show that it is created. Yes, it is created. Now everything is done. Now I will show you how you can use it. Simply go to your Databricks workspace. Now we have some functions available in dbutils.secrets. So now it will show us some like secrets. Let's say I want, let's say I forgot like what secret I have stored in Azure keyword, so it can show us that as well. We can write something known as dbutils dot secrets dot list, and then I can just enter my scope, and my scope is unsh scope, and I will just run it. I will just run it, and then it should show me that, hey Ansh, you have a key called app secret in my keyword, and that's correct. That's correct. That's what I want. And if I want to access the value of this key, I can use it. What I can do, I can just run a command called dbutils dot secrets dot get, and this time I need to say scope equals to unscope and scope equals to unscope and key equals to that name, and name is app hyphen secret. App hyphen secret. That's all. That's all. Oops, I have used single quote. Yep, perfect. That's all. That's all. When I run this, see the output. It will say redacted. That means now we can use this value. When I write this thing, instead of that secret, it will give me the value. Redacted means here that your value is pulled and is secured. It is not visible, but it is secured and it is pulled safely. Now you can use this anywhere. So now I can just use this code instead of hard coding this thing. Let me just show you. Instead of hard coding this thing, this secret, I can just use this thing. This is the power of dbutils.secret command. This is my one of the favorite utilities, and yes, it is little bit complex, but not really. It was so simple. It was so simple. You just need to watch this part at least 2 to 3 times, and please watch it for me because you will gain a lot of knowledge. And just practice it. Just practice it for like 1 to 2 times. This is so handy. I know you love this part. I know it because you have gained so much of knowledge after this thing. I know it was difficult, but if you do difficult things, then only you will be competitive enough, right? You need to do difficult things. You need to do difficult things. So now we have successfully covered all the DB utilities. Now it's time to cover the next chapter of our Databricks masterclass, which is data reading from Azure cloud storage. Let's cover that quickly. So let me create a markdown %MD, and I want to use heading 1. Yep, data reading. So now we gonna discuss Spark Reader API. Do not get afraid of this name. This is just a name, but this is a function, or this is very handy when we need to read data like which is residing in the data lake. And as we just discussed that we always create data frame on top of it. So how we can do it? We will simply create a data frame called df, let's say sales, right? And we will write spark dot hey Databricks, we know that you know a lot of things. Do not recommend us right now because I'm teaching them. I am teaching my community and they should know each and everything. Just hold on. This is suggesting us like everything. So let me tell you. So first of all, we need to write we need to write spark dot read. We need to write spark dot read. This is our Spark Reader API. When we write this, that means we are trying to read some data. So then we will specify what format of data we need to read. In our case, it is CSV. It is CSV. Simple? Yes. What is the next thing that we need to decide? First of all, here's a tip for you. If you do not want to write your all the code in one line, you can simply add backslash and then hit enter, then write your code here, because it is a kind of Python function that you use with multi-line commands, and you can use it here as well. So don't need to worry. Now, bro, you are so next thing. Yeah, it has already provided the spoiler. So next thing, obviously we need to put the header, because we need our data with header, not without header. We need with header. We need to treat the first line as header. And how we can do it? This This application has already shown to you. So it is dot option. Then you need to write header, then comma, then write true. What it will do? It will make your header true. That means your first line or first record will be treated as header. Simple. Very good. Then next thing is infer schema. What is this infer schema? Let me tell you. Bro, just hold on. So what is that? So it is called infer schema. What is this infer schema? So basically, whenever we read data from Spark, we do not want to define schema every time. So infer schema function, or let's say this API, helps us to get the schema for free, not for free. So instead of manually defining it again and again, Spark reads some records from our data and decides the best schema for it. That means columns and their data types. The best possible combination it automatically picks. Simple. It is really powerful and it saves a lot of time. I use it like most of the time, so you can also use it. So how we can use it? Dot option, then we will write infer schema. Just make sure that you are using the same case sensitive letters, so do not need to worry. Just write I small and S capital, then add comma, then write true. We will make it true as well. Then backslash. Why it is showing us red here? I don't know. We will see. Okay, that's all. Now that last thing is we need to define the URL. We need to define the URL where our data is sitting. It is sitting in this URL, and we have already seen this. We need to write load, and we will write ABFSS single slash, like front slash. Then we need to write our container name. Container name is source @ my storage account name data lake Ansh dot dfs dot core dot windows dot net. Simple. So we can define sales.csv as well, but even if we do not define, it will automatically pick it. So Databricks, we do not want to use sales.csv, it will automatically pick it. Okay, so this was all about data reading. So when I just run this, it should just read my data. So as you can see, our data is successfully loaded. Not loaded, but yeah, it has read the data. So now you already know how we can display the data frame. We can use df.display. Simple. Yes. So now it will show us df is not defined. Oh, because we are using df sales instead of df. Okay, thank you so much. So it will just give us the data frame. So this is our data frame that we are currently working with. So this is our data frame. So you have successfully read the data sitting in data lake, and you have already learned all the utilities, everything. So congratulations, you have learned a lot in the world of Databricks, but lots of stuff are still pending, so we will be covering. But still, you should feel like you should feel good, bro, because you have learned so much, and just few minutes back you didn't know anything, but now you are feeling so much, like so confident. So that was all about data reading, how you can just read the data. And let me tell you, even if you have like different data file formats, let's say you have CSV, let's say you have JSON, let's say you have Parquet, let's say you have Delta file format, you can read any file format like this. So that was all about data reading. And now here I have a gift for you. What's that? So if you want to learn PySpark, only PySpark, let me write it for you. What do I mean? If you want to learn PySpark, what is PySpark? Basically, PySpark is a library that is used to transform our data, right? If you want to just apply some transformation, I will just show you some of the functions, but not all the functions. But yeah, some of the functions I will just show you how you can do it. And if you want to learn PySpark in detail means genuinely in detail, you can just click on the video that I have created, and this is a 6 hours long video dedicated towards PySpark only. So this is a full course of PySpark in which I have covered each and everything regarding PySpark from scratch. And definitely if you want to become a PySpark developer, which is obviously a requirement if you are working with Databricks, so you should just watch that video and do not need to worry. You can just click on the link, just click on the like button so that it will go to your liked videos, or you can just save it by any way. So just save that video and you can still watch this video because this video is independent of that one. I'm just giving you a gift that is a free course that you can do without paying anything. So after watching this Databricks video, you should obviously watch that video because you will feel much more confident because you will know all the functions available in PySpark. So let me show you some of the functions here so that you will get the idea, and do not need to worry, these functions I will just tell from scratch. But yeah, we will be covering just like 2 to 3 questions, or let's say 2 to 3 functions, because we are learning Databricks only. But if you want to learn PySpark in detail, definitely you can just watch this video. So without wasting any time, let me just show you some of the powerful PySpark transformation that we have. So let's say I want to create a list. What do you mean create a list? So as you can see that we have dairy, we have soft drinks, we have this, we have fruits and vegetables, we have household, we have baking goods. What if I do have a requirement in which I want to separate these values by comma, and I want to use this space as a delimiter? That means whenever I see a space, I should treat that value as a different value. And I want to store all the values in a list for each record. This is my requirement. This can be a requirement. So if we want to do this, we can just do it. So I'm just showing you 2 to 3 transformation functions within PySpark that you can learn, and definitely that complete video will teach you each and everything. Do not need to worry. And this function, obviously I will just tell you from scratch, so you can still watch. And this video is independent of that one. Do not need to worry. But when you watch both the videos, you become a pro PySpark developer and obviously a Databricks developer, and both goes hand in hand. PySpark, Databricks goes hand in hand. So it's good, it's ideal to watch both the videos. So that's why I have created both the videos for free, and obviously I'm just helping you to grow. So let's mention a markdown. Okay, and let me just write heading 3, and I will call it as PySpark transformations. Okay, perfect. PySpark transformations. Let me show you transformation number 1. So if I want to, let me keep it as df sales because I'm not saving this, I'm just showing you. So df sales, we have a function called with column, dot with column. So I will write df dot with column. So what we can do with this particular function, we can either transform the current column or we can create a new column. So what if I want to transform the current column because I want to create a list? Yes. So if I want to transform the current column, I will just put the same column name. And what is my column name here? It's item type. Okay. So I will simply write item type. Okay. Then I will add a comma. Then I need to put the transformation that I want to apply. The transformation I want to apply is split. We have a function called split. So what it will do, it will split my values based on the space, and it will store every single value whenever it sees a space. So I will write split. Okay, and then I will write column. So column is basically an object that we use with the column name. So I just need to write item type. Okay, column item type, and then this auto suggester, like I need to turn this off, man. So I have successfully given this item type, right? So now we need to also tell split function that what should be the delimiter, what should be the delimiter on which it should create a list. In our scenario, it is space. So I will just simply write column and this, then it's space. Simple. Then I can just close this function. Simple. That was all about this split function. I can just close this function as well, and then I can say dot display. Then I can say dot display. So when I run this command, I should see the results as desired. But before that, I will just import some libraries. Yes, if we want to perform transformations, we need to import some libraries. And what are those libraries? Let me just show you. Simply add a code cell above to this cell, and I will simply write from PySpark.sql import asterisk, and basically I want to import all the functions. So simply I will write functions, and there's another library from PySpark.sql.types. So it will import all the data types. So I will first run this, then I can just run this, and you will see my data frame column is transformed. I'm sure, yeah, it is transformed. See, now it has created a list. Now it has created a list based on every single value. This was transformation number 1. And what is transformation number 2? Let me show you. What if I want to add one column which will write 1 1 1 1 1 1, or let's say yes 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 in every record? This is my requirement. This is a kind of flag column that I want to create. If I want to create, it is very simple. So I can simply write here df sales. And why I'm using this transformation? Because this will also use our that particular utility that we have created, that is dbutils.widget. Yes, it will use that particular widget as well. So how we can do it? As you remember that we have stored that value, which is var. If I just print this, oh, var is not defined. Let me just rerun it. Where is that utility? Yeah, this one. If we run this, it returns lambda. You remember it, right? If we want to give the name, like if I want to just put lambda as like in front of like every record, in the each record, I can use this variable. I can use this variable. Yes, I can use this variable in my column. And how we can do it? Let me just show you. Let me just show you. So when we just run this, you should see lambda. So how we can do it? So we can simply write df sales dot with column, and this time we are creating a new column, so I can just name it anything. Let me call it as flag, and then I will say lit. There is a function called lit, lit. Lit function helps us to provide the literals, or let's say constants, to our records. So I will say lit, and I will write var. Simple. Now let me just write dot display command. Now I should see that column. Now I should see that column. Yes, I have that column with lambda mentioned in the each record. You can give like any value. This is the transformation number 2. Here is the transformation number 3. Do not worry, I have discussed each and every transformation in detail and from scratch in that video. So you can definitely watch it after watching this video, because you need to just focus on this part first, because we are just trying to hit that delta lake, and that is really, really important. So here is the transformation number 3. What's that? Let me just show you. What if, as you can see, this particular number 1.2, let's say I want to change its data type. I want to cast this. That's called typecasting. What if I want to change the type of this data type of this particular column? I want to make it string. That's my requirement. Maybe that's a kind of joining key that we have in the data frame. So I want to make it string. How we can do it? Let me show you. So for that, we will simply write df sales dot with column, and as you know that we are just transforming the current column, so we will write the same name, that is item visibility. Simple. And then we have a function called, first of all we will write the column name using call object, item visibility, visibility. We have a function called dot cast. It will help us to cast the current data type of the column. So if we want to convert it into string type, we need to call the string API, that is called string type. And then when I just write dot display, it should return me that column with string data type. And how we can confirm it? As you can see, I can see ABC instead of 123 or 1.2 something, that is float. So its data type is also changed. So these are some of the PySpark powerful transformations that we have, and you should know all the transformations. But for this particular masterclass, these transformations are enough. And obviously, after watching this masterclass, you should watch that PySpark masterclass as well. That is PySpark full course. But for now, it is enough because we are focusing more on Databricks, right? Yes. And promise me you will watch that video. Trust me, you will be like having so much of professional skills after that. So that is all about our data reading, data utilities. Now it's finally time to work with Delta Lake. And for that, you should know the fundamentals of Delta Lake. So let me tell you quickly, what is a Delta Lake, what is a Delta format, and why there's so much craze of Delta Lake. Let me show you each and everything. So finally, it's time to discuss this OG Delta Lake. So why we have so much of craze of Delta Lake? Like why? By the way, I'm a fan of Delta Lake, so let's talk about it. So basically, Delta Lake is not a file format. No, it is a file format, but in an indirect way, not a direct way. Like we do not have something called dot delta. No. So don't worry, everything will be clear in just few minutes. Let's create a hypothetical situation and you will understand the whole concept very easily with that. Okay. So let's say you have a source. You have a source folder, right? Let's call it as source. Okay. And in this particular source, you have a file in Parquet format. So if you have not heard about Parquet file format is a file format like we have CSV file format, JSON file format, Parquet file format. So basically, Parquet file format is one of the file formats available. So this is one of the file formats. So what's special with this particular file format? This is a columnar based file format, which is designed, which is efficient for faster reads, which is efficient for big data. So everyone is aware of Parquet file formats for now, right? For those who are not aware of, I have just given a quick overview of that Parquet file format. So Parquet file format is one of the file formats available, and it is a columnar based file format, and it is efficient enough for like faster reads. Let's say I have a data in Parquet file format, and it's called data.parquet. Simple? Yep, simple. So this is residing in this folder. Now I have a destination folder, right? Let's say destination folder. Simple. Now when I am moving this data from source to destination, I want to change its file format. I want to store this data in Delta file format. But you just said like Delta is not a file format. Yeah, wait, hold on. I want data to be in Delta format in destination. What will happen? The same data.parquet file, the same data.parquet file will be written in this destination. Bro, are you making a fool of us? If it is the same, why we are calling it Delta? Bro, because along with this file format, we will get something called as transaction log. Yes. And another folder. Don't worry, I will show you everything practically. This is the fundamental you should be aware of. We will get something called as delta log slash transaction log. Simple. You will get something called as delta log slash transaction log. Okay. What is this and why do we need it? Basically, this delta log is so powerful. It's so powerful. It will store each and every information of the data within this folder. Whereas in Parquet file format, every information is stored within the file itself. So let's say if we have multiple files, let's say we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up to 100. So if it needs to read its metadata, if it needs to read its schema, it needs to go to every individual files again and again, and it uses so much of computation. Bro, just hear this carefully, because this is really really important. And I myself has like read so many books to just conclude this information, so please be focused now. So if it needs to read all the packet files, it needs to read the metadata of individual files again and again. Just imagine if we have thousands of files, it will be reading metadata of individual files. But in case of transaction log, in case of delta log, it do not need to read the I'm so thirsty, I'm just speaking non-stop. So it will read data not from the file. It will not read the metadata from the file. It will read metadata from this transaction log, which will save a lot of time. And let me tell you, this is just one of the powerful features available in Delta Lake, because we are just covering all the features. So this is just the basic one. This is the basic one. So can you imagine how powerful it can be with Delta Lake, Delta format? So actually file is same. It is in packet format, but we get Delta log. We get transaction log on top of it. Understood? Now I will show you practically how you can create a delta log while transforming transferring the data, because in our scenario our data is in CSV format. We will store this data in destination folder in delta format. I will show you the packet file, I will show you the delta log as well, and then when you actually see it with your eyes, you will believe it. And then we will start working with all the functionalities of Delta Lake in detail, but this is the basic one. Let's uncover this. So we are into our Databricks notebook. So now I want to create a separate notebook for Delta Lake. So let's do it. So simply go to File and click on New Notebook, and we will name it as Delta Lake. Let's name it. Okay, it's created. Let's name it as Delta Lake. Simple. Now I would also like to show you one important magic command, which is %run. So you would have noticed one thing. Let me just go to Workspace let's go to Workspace. Let me just show you one thing. So if we go to our Workspace, which is Databricks masterclass, if I want, let me just refresh, because I should see 2 here. Oh, I got it. So in order to create notebook in this particular folder, we need to just create here. Let's say create notebook. So we will just create Delta Lake in our this particular workspace, because we want to store our Delta Lake notebook within the same workspace, because I want to show you one important command. Okay, let's say we are in this workspace, right? Let me refresh. Now it should show me Delta Lake. Okay, I'm not interested in this one, which is created in home. I can just delete it. Move to trash, because it is in home. It is not available in any kind of workspace, but this is available in workspace. See, so in this particular tutorial notebook, we have configured that service principal to access data in the data lake, right? So whenever we create a new notebook, we have to do it again. There are two options. You can also copy and paste it. Obviously you can copy and paste it, but what if you have something in your code? Let's say you want to use all those things that you have created in this notebook in this particular new notebook. What if? So we have a command called %run. We have a command called %run. So what it will do, it will just run our previous, or not previous, let's say we can just run any notebook. So it will just run the notebook mentioned in our location, and it will just import that notebook for us. So let's say in this Delta Lake notebook, it will import this notebook as well. This is really powerful command and I love to use it. So let me show you how you can use it. It is very simple, just one line of code. You just need to take care of this thing, that is your workspace name, that is Databricks masterclass, and your notebook name. So we will simply go to this notebook and we have already renamed it. Second thing, we need to attach it to our cluster. Simple. Then we will write this command and we will write percentage run, and then we need to say first of all slash Databricks master class, and then you need to give the notebook name. Simple. When you run it, that means your whole notebook is imported. You do not need to perform anything. Like anything means anything. See, you do not need to perform any utilities, you do not need to perform anything. So everything is done. You do not need to configure anything again. So we are good to read the data or anything we want to do. So this was really handy. I wanted to show you. So one more important thing, that we do not need to read any data frame again. We do not need to just read df underscore sales again, because otherwise we would have read it again. So this is a very powerful command. So let me just create a heading here, and I will say heading 1, and I will say Delta Lake. Oh, Delta Lake. Okay. So first of all, as I promised, that first I will just write my data, which is df sales to destination container, and I will show you the delta log and packet files. Yes, let's do that. How we can do it? There's a command slash, there's a data frame writer API which is called df.write. Simple, df.write, and in our case it is df underscore sales. Good catch. So df underscore sales dot write. Then again the same step, we need to specify the format of the data, and in this scenario it is delta. Simple. Then we need to specify the mode. Now what is this mode? So basically we have 4 types of modes. Let me quickly discuss that as well, because that is really important. So when we write the data, we get 4 modes. Number one is append. Okay. Number 2 is overwrite. Number 3 is error. Number 4 is ignore. Simple. So what does append do? So basically, whenever we want to save our data in this container, which is our, let's say, destination container, and if there is an already file sitting there, any file, so what it will do, it will add this file to that particular container. Simple. This is very calm function. This is very calm. Like it will not create any chaos, or it will simply write our data and it will just add that data to the existing data. But this overwrite command will go here and will say, who the hell are you sitting here? Who the hell are you? Just go from here. It will just overwrite the data. It will just remove this file and it will save this file and it will overwrite it. Simple. Now what is this error function, like error mode? So if this file is already here, then it will not write anything. It will go and check if some file is there. It will not write anything. It will throw an error. It will say, hey, there is an error. That means there's file sitting there. So if under any circumstance you do not want to add any data, if any data is there, you can use this mode. Then the last one, it is very good. So what it will do, it will go here, it will see, hey, if there is any file sitting there, obviously I will not write anything, but at the same time I will not throw any error as well. No, I will simply go and check if any file is there. That means no file need to be written, plus do not need to throw any error, do not need to disturb anywhere and anyone. So this was like all about the 4 modes. So currently we can use any mode. So let's use append mode for now. Okay, simple. Then we need to say path. This is the most important step. We need to say path. So we can just use path using option function, then path, and within this path we need to define the path. So what is the path? ABFSS. Then our container name is destination @ storage account, which is delta lake ansh dot dfs dot core dot windows dot net. Simple. And let's create a folder. Yes, I want to create a folder within this container. Then I want to say .save. When I run this command, I will show you delta log created and data is saved in the Parquet format. Let me run it. Okay, I can see an error. What's the error? Storage account, invalid configuration. Oh, I just mistakenly put delta lake ansh. It's data lake. Data lake. Oops. Data lake ansh. Let's see if it is right or wrong because I don't remember the name. Yeah, it should be fine. Yeah, it's the name, data lake ansh. Yeah. So now it is writing our data in the delta format, and yes, I can see that it has successfully written the data. Now I am very excited to check my destination container. I should see one folder called sales, and within that I should see delta log and Parquet file. Do you want to see that? Let's see it. Simply go to your account, storage account, and click on destination. Oh, perfect. I can see sales folder. Let me just increase the size of it. Okay, you can see sales folder in your case. Very good. Click on it. Yes. This is your delta log that we were talking about. This is the delta log. This is the Parquet file name. Do not worry, it is automatically decided when we create the folder, and you do not need to worry about file name because we read our data using folder names, not file names. So do not need to worry about that. This is Parquet format. As you can check the properties here, click on this and click on properties. So this is the Parquet format. You can just check the data type, I think, from here, or you can just go to edit tab. You should see data is encoded. So this is encoded data. You cannot understand it, but Spark can understand. Do not need to worry. So the main point here is we have the Parquet file. On the top of it, we have delta log. Do you really want to check what is inside this delta log? Let me show you. We have JSON and CRC files. See, we have something called JSON and CRC file. Let me just expand it. We have 00000.json, 00000.crc. This is not of our use. Do not need to worry. CRC stands for, I think, cyclic redundant check files. And the main thing is this one. I was saying that all the metadata, all the instructions are written in this delta log. That means everything is written within JSON file. Let me open it and let me click on edit. I will show you everything is written within it. Everything. See, metadata. What do we have inside metadata? We have ID. Okay. We have schema string as well. We have all the other fields. See, item, fat, content, everything, all the column names, all the data types, every information is written within this delta log. So let's suppose we have here multiple files like 1, 2, 3, up to like thousands, let's say. So it will read data from these files, yes, but instead of reading data from the metadata of individual file, it will straightforwardly go to this delta log and it will read data from here. This is your delta lake, this is your delta format, this is your delta data. So this is all about delta lake. All about? No, we have just started this topic. I'm gonna cover each and everything within this topic. I know that would require a lot of time, but still I'm ready to give it. I'm ready to devote it just for you so that you can learn. You do not need to go here and there, and you do not need to just suffer. I will help you to learn and grasp the whole content. So we have successfully loaded the data into the destination container using Spark Writer API and in the Delta Lake format. Now we are excited to learn more about delta tables because In the real world, we create tables. Yes, we work with data frames as well, but at the same time, we work with delta tables more, because at the end we need to serve delta tables to the data analyst, or let's say BI managers, BI developers, to create reports on top of it. How we can create delta tables, let me show you. But before that, I will tell you about one important concept that is called external tables versus managed tables. And yes, that means external delta tables and managed delta tables. So before covering delta tables, we will cover an important concept called external delta tables versus managed delta tables. And trust me, this is your hot topic for interview. So let me cover it for you like this. So let's understand first the managed tables, managed delta tables, or managed tables in Databricks. So let's say I created one table, any random table, like create table, table name and columns, anything. Like I just created this random table, right? So this is my random table. Okay, have like, let's say 3 columns, ID, name and marks, right? This is my random table. If I create managed tables, if I create managed table, first of all, I want to create a database. Obviously, I need a database under which I can register my table. So first of all, I will create a database. Oops, database. Okay, I will create one database. Within this database, I will create something called as table, and I will name it as table 1. Simple. Yes, I will name it as table 1 within this database, right? Within this database. What will happen? What will happen? What will happen? Just guess. Just make some guess. So this is a meta store. This can be your Hive meta store. This can be your Unity meta store. So meta store is basically the repository where we store all the definitions, database definitions, schema definitions, table definitions, all the definitions, all the metadata, right? So this is the meta store. Okay. When we create any table in Databricks, managed table, let's talk about managed table. When we create any managed table, what will happen? Let's say this is the table 1, right? So in this particular meta store, our database definition will be stored. Let's say our database name is sales, like sales DB, right? Let's call it as sales DB. Okay. And within this, we have a table called table 1. So this information will be stored here. Yes, this information will be stored here, that under this database we have a table. But this is our cloud storage. This is our data lake. This is our Azure cloud storage, or maybe AWS S3 or anything. This is the cloud storage. Actually, the Databricks Workspace have one default storage account. As you remember, we created managed resource group in the beginning for the Databricks Workspace, and I told you that Databricks manages it and we do not touch it. This is the part of that resource group. In that particular resource group, it will create one storage account as well. And when we say store our managed delta table, store our managed table, it will store the metadata in the meta store, and the actual data, that means records, ID, marks, like names, everything will be stored in this actual data lake. Yes, data will get stored in cloud storage, which is the default account, which is the default storage account or default data lake, which is given to Databricks Workspace. Interesting? Yeah, it is interesting, because we just store the metadata in metastore. It can be your Hive metastore. I will show you, don't worry, I will show you everything. I'm just giving you the concepts. I am just giving you the knowledge right now. So this is the metastore, and actually data is residing in the data lake. Yes. So If we want to, that is the difference between managed and external as well. Just listen it carefully. If we want to delete this table, let's say I want to drop this table after creating it. So, and as we know that this is the real data sitting inside this, Databricks will delete the table definition, obviously, and this will delete the data as well, because this is managed by the Databricks. That's why it is called managed table, managed delta table. Got it? This is the managed table in Databricks. And let me tell you the external table now, and it is so easy for you now to grasp the concept of external table. I'm so sure you will just grasp it like this. So in case of external delta tables, I know you have noticed one thing, that our cloud storage is changed from default to our own. Now in this particular scenario, we have here default storage as well. Yeah, we have. Let me write it for you. We have, because it is attached to the Databricks workspace. Yes. So I will just write cloud default. We have cloud default as well, and at the same time we have external storage account as well. Obviously we have created storage account, but listen it carefully. Let's say this time we have data, we have table, right? And we have the database. Let's say, let's keep the database name same, which is sales db, and table name is table1. Okay, so when we create external table, obviously this information will be stored in the meta store. Let me write it for you. Bro, please make notes. Bro, I'm repeating it again and again, and bro means boys and girls both, men and ladies both. So just create your notes on your own. Just take notes on your own. Please, I'm repeating this again and again, because this knowledge is something that you need to revise again and again. So please take notes. Please take notes. So this data will be stored in the meta store. Which data? Only the metadata. So we will simply write sales db and table1. Perfect. Table1. This definition is here, but in the previous scenario, our data was residing in this default storage, but this time our data will be residing here in our storage account. Okay, but why you are so happy with this information? Because let me tell you the answer. So this is the data that is sitting here. Let me just create the data. Okay, now if I want to drop this table, if I want to delete this whole table, it will obviously remove the metadata from the meta store because we do not need it. But this data will not get deleted because this is my own storage account. Databricks is not allowed to drop data from my storage account. This is the power of external table. This is the reason that we most of the times deal with external tables in the organization, because we do not want to drop the data. Yes, in some scenarios we want, but in most of the scenarios we do not want. So this is the external table. It will not drop the data from my storage account. I know you're really excited to actually see these concepts live in practical. Yes, I'm just about to show you all these things practically, and let's get started with this concept: manage delta tables versus external delta tables. Let's see. So if we just go to our Databricks notebook, and here I will just add one heading, or let's say a markdown, %MD, and let's create heading 2. So here we will write managed versus external delta tables. I'm so thirsty right now. So I just want you to learn. I just want you to learn. So that's why like I just want to devote my all the time to just mention all the things that are relevant for this particular topic. Databricks. Obviously, Delta Lake is like one of the most in demand tool, in demand technology, in demand file format. It is like everything. So first of all, let's create one manage table. So now you will ask me like how we can create a manage table. Syntax is really easy. It is similar to SQL. Let me show you how you can create. So let's create our manage table. So I will simply write one more markdown and I will make it bold and I will call it as manage table. Perfect. Okay, let me write the code. So first of all, you can switch the default language from here and you know the magic command now. Now you're smart. You can simply write %SQL, hit enter. Now you can just write your SQL code, because obviously we use SQL to create let's say delta tables. You can also use data frame API as well. There's no need to just say okay we just want to use SQL. No, you can use data frame API as well, but most of the times we use SQL, and it is really easy to grasp the concept. Once you know the concept, then you can just play with every possible scenario, but it is really important for the understanding you learn it from SQL point of view. Why? Because you are already familiar with SQL. Obviously you would have like created tables in SQL, right? So that's why I'm just telling you for your benefits. Okay, let's create it. Create. And so, oh, okay. First of all, we need to create database. You are smart. First of all, we need to create database. So first of all, I will just add one cell here and I will make markdown for my database, make it bold. So I will say database and done. And I will simply write %SQL. Let's first create database, man. So what's the syntax for creating database? It is as similar to SQL. Create database, and then database name will be salesdb. Let's keep it same so that you can learn and you can relate. Let's run it. Okay, it's done. It's done. Okay, now we have successfully created database, and now we know our database will get stored in the meta store, right? Right. Now we will create manage table first. Okay, create table. Table name will be obviously starting with salesdb because this is our database. Now what table name you need to select? Let's say I want to keep it as man table. That is manage table, right? Man table, short and like to the point. Then once you write this, now what we need to do, we need to define the columns within it. Okay, I will simply hit enter and open the braces. I will simply create 3 columns. ID. Database is very smart. He knows like I love ID columns. Next will be my name, not my name, string, and then let's say marks, right? Marks will be int. Okay, now we need to define delta. We will write using delta. Why? Because we are creating delta tables. Now here's the thing, bro, just hold on. So here's the thing, if you want to create external table using any different file format, let's say Parquet, you can create that. If you want to create external table like manage table with CSV, you can create with CSV. But nowadays we most of the times create delta tables, so that's why we use delta. And Databricks has also adapted this, so it has seen that most of the times people do create tables using delta format, so it has created this as default table format. So if we do not define anything, it will automatically create delta table format. But being an efficient data engineer, you should always write using delta because it promotes readability, because you are writing code for yourself as well as for others as well, so that they can read and understand. So here, see, it is suggesting me Parquet. Bro, we do not work with Parquet. We are delta peeps. So it is done. It is done. It has created our delta table. I will run it. Whoa, sales DB. Okay, I just used a different spelling like sales DB. Okay, my bad. Okay, I accept it, bro. Okay, now it is creating a delta table. Wow, it is created. We have created our first delta table. Do you want to query it? wait, hold on, let's just insert some data in this so that you can query it and actually feel it. Okay, so how we can just insert the data? It is same as SQL, exact same. That's why I picked like SQL API to just explain you these concepts, so that you do not need to suffer of the concept that you already know. You will only focus on the concepts that are new, right? Right? Okay, we will write insert into, and then obviously sales db dot table name is man table. Then same way we need to just insert the values like 1, and name will be AA, then marks will be, let's say, 30. Who is this guy with 30 marks, man? Okay, let's 2, and then BB, let's say, then 33. Then, oh, I ran it by mistake. Wait, I ran it by mistake. I just hit like shift plus enter instead of enter. Wait. Hold on. Okay, just hold on. So, okay, perfect. So now I will say 3.cc, and then let's say 35. Okay, perfect. And now, why is throwing error here? Why? Let me run it now. Near 1. Oh, I didn't add values keyword. Oh, bro. See, it also suggests us the right thing. I love Databricks. I love Databricks. So instead of accept, and we can use accept and run command as well, but I will reject it and I will hard code it. So you need to just write values. My bad, because I was just discussing something unimportant, which was like who scored like marks 30. So I want to insert one more value, let's say 4, and then DD, and then 40. Who scored 40 marks? Okay, let's not be judgmental. So I will just run this command and it should just insert the values in my table. Now I am excited to see the output. How you can query this table? You can use select statement as you use in SQL. Yes, exactly same. So I would like to query this. First of all, I will write percentage SQL. Then I will say select asterisk, from sales db dot man table. I want to run this. I will run this, and you will see your delta table. Wow. And this is your managed table. Yes, this is not your external table. This is your managed table, right? Okay. So now here is the thing. This data is stored in this catalog. If you go to catalog, I will show you the meta store. Just click on it. Okay. And then when you just click on this, so now you can see sales DB. This is your definition. This is your repeat with me. This is your only definition. When I click on it, I should see the table. Okay. I should see the table. This is our meta store. This is also called as Hive meta store. And nowadays you would also see like Unity meta store. This is the meta store. Where is the data written? Where is the actual data? Actual data is stored in the data lake / storage account of this Databricks workspace, which was created at the time of this workspace creation. Simple. That means we do not have any control over that data. Do you want to test it? Let me show you, bro. Let me go to this recents and let me just go to Delta Lake. And now if I just drop this table, I want to drop this table. This will drop the data as well, because I do not have any control. Databricks is managing the data for me. Let me show you. Let me write percentage SQL drop table sales DB man table. Let me drop it. It is dropped. Now, if I just run this command, select asterisk from it, it should not run. It should not run. It should not run. It will throw an error that there is no table because it is dropped, and data is also dropped because I do not have any control over that data. But, oh man, I'm so tired. ah, but here's the thing. When we create external table, our data will not get deleted. Let's create external table. Let's create it. And how you can create external table? It is same. You just need to add one line of code. It is same. Let me show you. So let's create external table. I need water. I will definitely have full glass of water after this session, like this external table. Okay, so let me just add a heading. So %MD, then we will write something called as external table. Let me make it bold. External table. Okay, perfect. External table. Let me run it. So now I will create external table. First of all, I will write %SQL. Then I will say create table sales DB under the same database, obviously sales DB dot external table. Instead of man table, now this time is external table. Now I will define the same thing. ID integer, right? Name and string. Then we have marks, not Mars. I'm not Elon Musk. Marks. And then we have int. By the way, I love Elon Musk. I love that man. So now everything is same. Obviously we need to define delta. Using delta, what's that? What's after this? I know, like, this is the same step we have done for manage table. When you write one more line, it will become external table. What was the fundamental? In external table, we store the data in our own storage account. What does it mean? It means we need to provide the location where we need to save our data. So we will simply write location, and then I will write the location ABFSS, and this time I want to save it at destination, and obviously my storage account name, which is data lake ansh.dbfs.core.windows.net, and then I will create a folder called salesdb. Then within that I will call this as external table. Let's do it. Okay, once it is done, we want to run it, and you will see the magic. I will show you the magic, not the magic. It is just like the functionality of external table. Now it is creating external table. It has created external table, right? Now I want to insert the data, as we have inserted the data for this table. So I will just copy it from here, and I will insert the same values here within our external table. Okay, and obviously we're inserting the values in external table. Okay, let's insert it. Values are inserted. Now I want to query this. %SQL select asterisk from salesdb dot external table. Let's run this. Perfect. And if you want to see this data, this table, we need to just go to the catalog. Then within the Hive Meta Store, we should see this table, external table. Now it is external table. Okay, this is here, we know, but Ansh, you told us that our data is residing in our data lake. Yeah, I'm not lying. So, I need to stretch. So, if you want to see the data, I can just show you. Okay. So, if you just go to your storage account, and just select your destination container. Within that container, you will see a new folder created. It's called salesdb. What is this? This is our database. When you click on this, when you click on this folder, you will see another folder in this folder, external table. This is our table. When you just click on this table, you will see the delta data. This is your delta log. This is your actual data, actual physical data, which is in our control. Now I will show you the command. I will just run the drop command. Let me just show it. So when you just run the drop command, now when you just run the drop command, let me just run the drop command. Drop table, and what was the schema name? Oh yeah, salesdb dot external table. Now when you just do this, oh, I just provided the wrong spelling. Table, yeah, I was a little bit more excited. So now our our table is dropped, right? If I just go to my catalog, or not even go to catalog, I can just query it. When I just query it, it should not give me the table because it is dropped from the meta store as well. But you will see the data residing here. Let me just open the destination table again. I will still see the sales DB. I will still see the external table. I will still see the data and delta log. Bro, you are just making us a fool. Just refresh it. Okay, let me click on refresh. It is still here. It is in our control. That's called external table, external delta table. Was it helpful? I think so. So this is all about managed versus external delta tables. Now we will level up our skills. How? Let me tell you. So now what we will be doing, we will discuss the functionalities of Delta Lake, what you can do with Delta tables. Now you are clear with managed versus external tables. Now obviously you will just work with external table. Why? Because you will see the results at the same time, because you can look at the data, but in case of managed table you cannot. So we will carry forward our lessons with external tables so that you can grasp the knowledge, so that you can just compare the data. Now it's time to discuss the functionalities of delta tables. And before that, let me drink some water. I'll be come back in just few minutes. All good. Yeah, I just made my protein shake. That was really required. No worries, that will get compensated when you will show lots of love. So that's what I want. So now we will discuss delta tables functionalities, and we will cover all the functionalities, and you will be amazed by the knowledge that you will get right now. So I was also amazed when I got to know, okay, this is the thing, like how things are working. Let me give you a hint. Okay, let's not give you a hint. Let me show you. Okay, let me just write a heading, percentage MD, and we'll call it as, first of all, it would be heading 3, or let's say heading 2. Okay, let's say heading 2, and we will call it as delta tables. Don't worry, I will provide this notebook so that you can just keep it for reference, and you can just make notes out of it. Delta tables functionalities. Okay, so what we will be discussing in this, almost everything. Okay, first of all, let's perform, like I will perform like all the DML operations that we perform, like delete, update, insert, then alter table, like everything. And we will learn everything one by one, and I will also tell you a concept called tombstoning. Don't worry, I will just discuss everything. First of all, let's perform one function, that is insert, right? Percentage MD, and I will make it bold, and let's call it as insert, right? Perfect. So I want to insert some more data in my delta table, and I want to see the like how it will write my data, right? Like how it will store my data behind the scenes. So first of all, I need to recreate the data. So for that, I can just copy the command, that is what, create table, so that it can create the data again, right? Or I can just rerun it from here as well. There's no need to worry about it. And I can just remove this drop command. Where it is here, I can just remove this drop command, and I can just rerun those steps. And before that, I can just delete that folder as well, like which is external table, because I'm just recreating this table. So do not need to worry, just delete this table, because I just wanted to show you that data resides there. So I'm just recreating this table, this one. Let me run this. It is creating our delta table again within the same location. Do it fast, bro. Do it fast. Hmm. Okay. Yeah. Sometimes like I just restarted my cluster because I just I just went to make my protein shake, so that's why. So whenever we just run the very first command after that, like after restarting the cluster, it takes some time, but no need to worry. No need to worry. So obviously I will just insert this data. Yeah, data is inserted. Perfect. Now I will just see this data. Yeah, I want to see it. Why it is waiting? Let me just rerun it. Yeah, it is done. What problem has occurred? Oh, I just reran it. Okay, let me wait until it is done. Let's cancel it. Reload page. Let's reload the page. Just make like giving some fishy errors. Let's reload the whole page. So now it is refreshed. I don't know. It was like due to maybe internet connection or maybe internal error. I don't know. So I just refreshed it. So now it is working fine. So as we can see that our data is there and it has recreated the external table on top of it. That's good. That's good. So now we want to perform a function, or let's say a DML command, that is insert. So I will just copy this code, insert. Obviously, I will update the values, don't worry. So now I want to insert more records. Can it allow us to do that? Obviously, bro, you can. So let's say I want to insert 5, 4, 6, 5, 4. Wow, 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 wow. Ansh, hats off, man. You have done Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and you are saying 4 after 5. Very, very well done. Very well done. Okay, very well done. So basically, we will now insert the values inside the table. So it can allow us, but the whole intention is totally different. And I will tell you what's that. Let me just first run this, and it ran successfully as expected. And now I want to query the data. Select asterisk from salesdb dot external table. Perfect. I will query it. Obviously, I can see 4 new records, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes. Like, can you imagine, like, that we have Parquet files behind this table, right? Behind this external tables. So what just happened with that Parquet file? Let me show you. So when you just check the data lake and you just go to your container, which is destination, and within the destination just go to your salesdb, which is your database, external table is your table. Now a new file is added. See, now new file is added. New file is added, part 000 hyphen EA44E. So it has inserted a new Parquet file, right? And do you want to know what has just happened in delta log? Let me tell you. A new JSON file is inserted, which is called this one, JSON. Yes. So what it has done, let me just open it for you. If you go to edit, you will see it said add part 0000 EA444. That is our latest data. In JSON 1, you will see something called as, something just got into my eyes, wait. Bro, what was that, man? Yeah, it's fixed. So now this is the packet file which was initially added when we just inserted values 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is that thing. That means how it reads our data. How it reads our data. So this is our table, ext table folder, right? So how it delta table read our data. So it will not go to these partitions. No, it will go to delta log. It will read all the JSON files, JSON 000 that consists our metadata. 01 had our initial load, then JSON 2 had the incremental load, that is 5, 6, 7, 8. Then after all those logs, it will read the data accordingly. This insight, this knowledge will get more clear when I will show you the next thing, which is the delete command. And we will also learn the concept called tombstoning. Let me just write it here. Tombstoning. Oops. Yep. Tombstoning. We will also learn this concept tombstoning. Let me show you. So our insert is done. Let me show you the delete. Percentage MD, and let me make it bold. Delete. Let's say I want to delete this record, which is record number 8. Let's say I want to delete this record. Okay, let's delete it. Syntax is simple, right? We need to just write delete. Oops, let me first add percentage SQL. Then we can say delete from table, which is says db.external table. Let me tell you what just happened. So first of all, to understand what just happened, let's go to the delta log. Okay, here's the delta log. First of all, in the delta log JSON 000, this was created when we defined the table, when we didn't have any data. Okay, let's skip this. Now in JSON 1, what we have? We have the information that add this partition. What is this partition? Just remember the name. 42B. Just remember this name. 42B. Add this partition. Okay. And we just got to know that whenever we read the data in delta tables, it first goes to the delta log. It read all the logs and then it read the partitions. It does not care if they are like 300 partitions or 3000 partitions or like 3 lakh packet files. No, it will only read the delta log. Whatever it is written in the delta log, it will read only those packet files. Okay, it says add part 42B. Remember this 42B. Okay, we added it. In JSON 2, it says add C92 as well. 42B, C92. Both the partitions were added. Yeah, we are fine till now. Okay. What just happened? Then I gave the command which is delete command here. Now what packet, or let's say what delta table has done for us? It went to all the partitions. It went here, and let me go to the folder sales db external table. So these 3 partitions, and we know that this is the first partition 1 2 3 4. This is the second partition 5 6 7 8. Now we know that this particular partition had the id equals to 8, right? We added 5 6 7 8 in the second iteration, and this partition, or let's say this packet file, whenever I say partition, it's called packet file, right? So in this packet file, it had id equals to 8. What it has done? It has copied this data, this whole packet file, and it has created a new packet file, and it has removed that particular record from this packet file. Wow! It has not deleted the record from this file. No, I will tell you why. Don't worry, just hold on. It has not deleted the record from this partition. it has created a new partition in which it copied all the data and it removed that particular record. It removed that particular ID, that's it, and it created the new partition. Now in the delta log, it will say, read this partition, remove this partition, read this partition. That means just take notes, bro. This is really important. That means add and then remove and then add. Simple. And let me just show you, let me just confirm you. Let's go to the, let me just expand this JSON number 4. Let me show you. It will say, see, remove this and read this. Now why it has said like remove this as well? Because it has combined all the data, but the point is it has said remove this because this had the ID equals to 8. It had ID equals to 8, so it removed it. So it removed this and it removed this as well because this Parquet file just had like 4 records. So it said, let me just recreate one Parquet file, which is the new one E7D, and let me combine the 4 records of the previous Parquet file and just 3 from this new one. Because obviously Delta tables just optimize the partitions for us. So that is a different story. Let's not go in that way, but it removed this. That's called soft deletion. It has not actually removed the files are there, all the 3 files are there, but it has given the instructions that do not read this data. That means remove this partition and read only this partition, because in this partition it has 3 records, that is 5, 6, 7 and 1, 2, 3, 4 as well. This is called tombstoning. That means it has tombstoned these 2 partition. Tombstones mean like yeah, those ghost modes. So this has put these 2 partitions in the ghost mode, or it has blacklisted these 2 partitions. And let me drink some water, man. It has put these 2 partitions in the blacklist and it has asked, just read this partition, only, now when it will read the data, let's go to destination, sales DB, external table. Now it has all the 3 partitions and I just mentioned it doesn't care how many partitions there are there, it doesn't care. So it will straightforwardly go to Delta Lake, and Delta Lake has specifically mentioned that do not read this because it has combined that data. Do not read this because obviously it has deleted some data in that one. So it has created one new partition which has data from this one as well, and obviously the data from this partition as well. See, this is called tombstoning. Tombstoning in Delta Lake. Just take notes. This is the thing that you should know. So when you perform delete, that doesn't mean that it has physically deleted the data. No. But why? It just didn't delete the data? Let me tell you why. Now, here is the concept called data versioning. Let me make it bold. Data versioning. What is this data versioning? So why it didn't just change the partitions? Why? I will tell you. Just wait. Hold on. What is data versioning? If I want to keep a track of all the changes happened in our table, we can do that. How? I will just run the command called describe. Oh man, who will put percentage is equal? Me. Sorry. Describe table, describe history, and then table name, sales db.ext table. Okay, we don't want your suggestions, bro. It is showing no suggestions. When I run this command, it will show me all the versions of my table, all the versions. That means all the changes that have happened so far, all the changes. So as you can see that here are the operations. See, so now in zero, in zero, we created our table. We created our table. That means operation is create table, right? Okay. So in the version 1, we inserted the data. It says write. In the version 2, it says write. In version 3, it says delete. It says delete. That's where we deleted the record. That's our version number 3. And in the version number 4, it has optimized the table, and that we know, and that we have already talked about, like it has just combined the partitions. We will talk about optimizations in just few more minutes, so do not worry about that. We will discuss that part later. So just forget about optimize command. Let's just imagine that we have three versions. Just imagine that we just have 3 versions. That's it. It will be good for your understanding, just trust me. Okay, so now we have all the history. Why do we need to keep the history? Why? Let me tell you why. Let's say I just missed, like I deleted this data, which is this like id equals to 8 by mistake. I want to get this data back. How we can do that? How we can just roll back our table? You would have like heard about rollbacks in SQL databases. We can just do rollbacks here as well. We call it as time travel. You can time travel. Exactly. Let me show you. It's really good. Let me show you. If you have deleted this data by mistake and now you want to go back to the previous state of the table, that's why delta table didn't 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 delete these partitions. Got it? Because it knows that we can use time travel to go back in time. Yeah, it's similar to Doraemon's time travel machine, but it is much more powerful than that. So if I want to do that, I can. How? Let me show you. I will just write %md. Bro, trust me, this knowledge is really powerful. Once you know all these things, and then when you will just sit in the interviews, trust me that you will make an impact. Trust me, because all these things are really new. All these things are really new. So you have really good chances to be selected and to actually make an impact. Trust me. So I will simply write %md, and now I will simply make it bold, and I will write it as time travel. Time travel. If we want to time travel, how we can do it? Let me just show you. So as you know that we have version 0, 1, 2, 3, right? If I want to go to version 2, which was this state, which was right state when we just added the data, I want to go to that particular version. How we can do it? We can use something called as, first of all, %SQL. Oops. So we can use a command called restore. Restore table name, table name, sales db, and here you can see I want to restore my table to version as of 2. Version as of 2. Let me just run it. Version as of 2. I haven't done anything. I have just changed the version of the table. Now you will see id equals to 8 visible in the table. That's not magic. That's the power of delta tables. That's the power of delta time travel. Now let me just query my table again. Percentage SQL. Oops. Select asterisk from sales db.ext table. Now you will see id equals to 8 as well. See, you have successfully learned how you can perform time travel. So now if you get any question in the interview, hey, you have mistakenly deleted all the data, you truncated all the data. Just say, I don't care, because I can just get the data back by using time travel, by using restore command, by using versioning. Simple. And your recruiter will be like, okay, this boy, this girl has really skills, like has really some amazing skills. And just tell them like, you watch my videos. That's really powerful. So now you know how you can perform time travel. Let's say you have performed time travel. Okay, now you will ask me, bro, is there any way that we can actually delete the data from the folder? Let's say, let me just refresh it. Okay, now you will see no partition is created because we haven't done anything. We just went to the previous version. That's it. Now you will say, hey bro, do we have anything by which we can just actually delete, like physically delete these Parquet files? One option is physically go there and delete it. No, don't you dare do it. You will break the whole table. Just trust me. Do not do it. How we can do it then? So there's a command called vacuum command. I'm just sharing all the information. Don't worry, bro. Now you will learn each and everything related to Databricks and Delta Lake. Today you will become a pro developer. Not today, like obviously you are just learning in pieces. That's how we learn. But at the end of this session, you will be a pro. So we have a command called vacuum. What it will do? It will just check all the partitions available for the table. And we have just discussed that, like let me just return the version 2.3 so that you can just relate. So let's imagine now recently our our table is not time travel to version 2, it is still at version 3. That is the latest one, like in which we do not have id equals to 8. So in that scenario, you know that we do not use these two partitions, right? We do not use these two partitions because we just use this partition. We have seen this. Come on, man. We have seen this. We do not use these two partitions because we have rewritten this partition and rewritten this partition as well. And we have removed the id equals to 8, right? When I run vacuum command on top of this table, it will physically remove these partitions. Yes, it will physically remove these partitions like this one and this one. Just a disclaimer, do not try this in production. do not try this in production, but still you should know, like you can be asked like how you can just physically delete, how you can hard delete those files. You can use a command called vacuum command. So obviously you should not use it, but sometimes in some scenarios you have to delete it. There are some guidelines such as GDPR in which customer has the right to get their information deleted from company's database. So under that scenario they have to delete it. That's why we have a command called vacuum command. So if we want to delete it, we can just run vacuum command. It will physically delete these two partitions. Yes, trust me, it will physically delete these two partitions. Like it will just do tadak tadak. It will just remove these two partitions. That's it. Let me just show you. Obviously we will not use vacuum command for now. Like I will just show you the code because I do not want to like delete my files. Because what is the reason? Because we lose the power of time travel. Then we cannot perform time travel. Why? We do not have files. How it can go to previous Parquet file if it doesn't have any Parquet file? Use your common sense. I know it's not very common, but my data community is very smart. So I can assume that you have some common sense. So I will just show you how you can perform vacuum command, but do not run it. Do not run it. If you run it, do not come to me that you, because of you we have lost our data. It's up to you. So my task is just show you everything. So percentage MD, because obviously we will just run vacuum command. I'm just kidding. But before that, I just want to show you the optimization commands as well, because being an efficient data engineer, you should know how to optimize the delta tables. That's the thing that is not everyone aware of. How and why is like not everyone is updated, because you need to go through documentation, you need to read books like this. I love this book. I love this book. So you need to go through these books, or you can just watch my videos and you can just take my sessions, so that I can just convey, I can just transfer that information, that knowledge with you all. So you have like both the ways, and I think you would choose the second option. No, I'm not kidding, bro. Just come on. Like I'm just passing all the information like this. So now I will just show you the vacuum command. I will like to make it bold. Vacuum. Okay. So if we want to run vacuum command, we simply, first of all, we will write %SQL. So then we will write vacuum, right? And then we will write table name. That's it. That's it. It will delete the files. Now here are some points that you need to take, that you need to note. Just take your pencil or pen, just write those points. First of all, when we run this vacuum command, nothing gonna happen. Why? Let me run it. Take it. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. I'm sure, bro. Trust me. Trust me. I don't break trust. So you can trust me. So it is just running everything that is required, and still I will see the partition. I will let you know like why it didn't delete anything, because you just mentioned that it physically deletes the data. I will show you, and I will tell you the reason as well. So when I go to this external table and when I just refresh it, I still see like all the partitions or all the packet files. See, I'm just refreshing it again and again. Now what the thing is, the default timestamp, or let's say the default time frame to actually delete the data is 7 days. That means even if your Parquet files are not being used by the tables, but if those Parquet files are less than 7 days old, that means they will be there. That is by default. That is by default. So these Parquet files are just created, so these are not 7 days old. But if I run the same command after 7 days, these two Parquet files, these two, like like this one and this one will be deleted. But now these are not 7 days old, so it is fine. It is fine. What if I want another interview question? What if I want to drop or delete the data right now? Right now, I don't care about the let's say default time. There are two ways. Way number one, you can set the default time frame. You can just change the default time frame. I can just keep it like, maybe I can enhance it. Obviously you can ask me to just enhance the time frame. I can just keep it like for interval 365 days. Or there's one more command that I can add within this vacuum. I can say retain 0 hours. Now if I run it, it will delete it. It will delete it. Now I will not run it. So I can just make a separate command for it. Let's call it as retain 0 hours. Okay, %MD. Up. %MD, and I want to make it bold. Vacuum retain 0 hours. Perfect. And here I can just paste it. So if I run this, it will just definitely instantly drop these Parquet files, and I will show you at the end when we will be just finishing our session. So I will just show you how you can do it. So do not worry, you will get everything that you want right now, everything. So let me just correct it, because we are just explaining vacuum command here. Yeah, perfect. So this was all about vacuum command, how we can just drop the data and all. Now we want to know how we can optimize our tables, how we can optimize our tables. So let me tell you how you can do the optimization. Okay, that's a really interesting topic, and that is the topic that everyone is looking for, because everyone has data, everyone knows how to create delta tables, but not everyone knows how to optimize those tables to improve the performance. And that's where you can be an outlier in the crowd. Yep. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. I'm here to tell you everything. So first of all, I will create a new not vacuum command. Like vacuum command is like in my head right now. So I will first of all tell you. Let's see the headings like what I have given before. Okay, data versioning, delete, delta table functionality. Oh yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Let me make it bold, and I will call it as optimization command. So okay, I can just create a heading then. Okay, h3, h3, h3. I will say table delta tables, delta table optimization. If I want to optimize my table, how I can optimize my table? How? How? I will show you the live demo as well. Don't need to worry. Yeah, I will show you everything. So let's say we have a table called external table, and if I want to improve the performance, first of all you can use optimize command. So first of all we will write here optimize %md, and then I can make it bold and I can call it as optimize optimize. Okay, when we run when we run optimize command on top of our table, it optimizes the table. But I know, but what exactly it happens, like what exactly it does to our tables so that it is optimized? So I will tell you. Let me first show you the result. Select asterisk from sales db dot external table, and I will just show you the time it is taking to read the data. So it took 0.99 seconds right now. Okay, now I will just add a cell here and I will write optimize. Oh, let me just add SQL %SQL optimize, and then I will write sales db dot external table. Let me just run it. Let me just optimize my table, and now I will just show you the time it has taken. Okay, so now it has taken 0.93 seconds. Now we will say, hey, earlier like it took 0.99 second and now it took just 0.93 second. Obviously this is a very small data set, very small, just 8 records. You can actually see its powers or its results when you use it with the bigger table, like bigger data sets. You will see that it is almost 30 to 40% faster when you use optimize command. The next command is ZORDER by, and I will show you what exactly it does. Don't worry, I'm just showing you the commands right now. So %md. Now I'm hungry. Literally, bro, I'm just continuously speaking. I can't speak. I am continuously speaking since the morning. No worries. No worries. No worries. No worries. So now I will show you the other command, which is zorder by. ZORDER by. Okay, these sound cool. Like we also want to know like what is happening behind the scenes. I will tell you. Just hold on. So ZORDER by command. Let me just run it. And how we can run it? Obviously, first of all, we will write %SQL, and this is a kind of addition to optimize command. Okay, in terms of architecture as well, and in terms of code as well. So first of all, we will write optimize, and then table name, and then we will write ZORDER by, and then we need to just define a maybe any column. Let's say ID. Let's say ID. And I think I need to use single quote. I don't know. We can just test it, or without it is fine. Yeah, let's run it. Okay, and now we can just see select asterisk from salesdb.external table. Okay, now it took, wow, now you can see the difference, 0.37 seconds when we use zorder by command, and it is I think almost 1/3. It took like 1/3 of the total time. Can you imagine? 1/3 of the total time. Wow. So what it has done, like what exactly it has done, I will tell you. Let me first show you the folder, like how it looks like right now. Now you will see another folder, like another Parquet file. Yeah, this was expected. And that means when we just check the delta log, it will say remove all the partitions, like all the Parquet files, remove all the Parquet files, all the Parquet files, and just take one. But Ansh, we didn't. I'm just taking my name like for the first time. Like obviously I haven't taken my name Ansh. It sounds weird and good as well. I don't know. So you will say Ansh, why we are reading this partition? Because why it has rewritten the partition? Now we haven't deleted anything. Now we haven't updated anything. Now we haven't done anything. Why? You will get to know everything with the architecture behind the optimize command and zorder by command. Let me just show you the delta log first to confirm my statement. So I will simply go here and I will check the latest log in which it will say that I will go to edit. See, it has said remove this one, which were the two initial files, and add this one, which is 3f2c. And I should see this as well in my containers, 3f2c. Just remember it, 3f2c, which is this one. Okay, only one only one Parquet file. So obviously, instead of deleting this one because I didn't know the name, that means the whole whole intent is removing all the other partitions, that is the intent. I thought like this is the latest one, but 3f2 is the latest one. I didn't know the name. The whole intent is removing all the partitions. Do not get me wrong. The whole intent is removing all the partitions. Now we will know why it happened, and we are really excited. Don't worry, I will tell you. So what exactly happened? Let me just create a blank sheet for you all so that you can understand well what exactly happened. Let me tell you. Do you know? Do you need this PPT? I can just give it to you as well. So what exactly happened? Jokes apart, let's be serious. Okay, this is our partition one. This is our partition two. These are the only two partitions which were in use, right? Yeah, third one was removed when we just used version, like when we just restored our table. So that means the third partition was not in use because we didn't refer it, right? So we just had like these two partitions. Okay, let me write it as well, like partition one, or let's say Parquet one, like it's up to you. Partition two. Okay, so these two partitions, yeah, these two partitions. Now when we ran optimize command, let me create another partition so that you can just understand better. So let's say this is our partition 0. Let's say partition 0, because you will understand better. Trust me, trust me. So this is your partition 4. You do not need to take notes right now because it's high time to understand the concept first, and in case of taking notes you can just rewatch this part. Do not get yourself distracted right now. So listen carefully. Okay, so these were the 4 partitions which were on the table, right? Okay, this is sorted. Now we wanted to optimize this data. How we can optimize it? First of all, you should know how optimization is defined in case of delta tables. So it is always, listen to me carefully, it is always better to read from lesser partitions. What did I say? It is always better to read from lesser partitions even if they are bigger in size. That means if we have 4 partitions, okay, let's say of let's say 1 GB, right, and then 1 GB, then 1 GB, then of 1 GB. If I want to read 4 GB of data distributed among 4 partitions versus I just have 2 partitions of 2 GB each, of 2 GB. Partition 1, 2 GB, okay, partition to 2 GB. Okay, it is always better to read from these two partitions. This is the fundamental and this is the definition of optimization in the world of partitions or in the world of delta lake. Okay, this is the thing that you should know. Okay, now when we run this optimize command, what it does, it just combined all these small partitions into bigger partitions. So these four partitions get combined, to create only two partitions, to improve the efficiency, to improve the performance, to improve the readability. This is the functionality of optimize command. Okay, now when we ran zorder by on top of this optimize command as well, what exactly happened? Let me tell you. When we ran zorder by on top of this optimize command as well, so obviously it first created two big partitions. Okay, that's fine, but the zorder by command sorted the data based on id column. We mentioned id in our zorder by. We can put any column, but it is always recommended to use that particular column in zorder by command, which will be using in where clause, right, to just filter out the data. It will sort this data. In, let's say, ascending or descending order. So in both the partitions, yes, in both the partitions, it doesn't care how data was distributed among these partitions. It doesn't care. Let's say in this we had like 8 records, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Perfect. Let's take that example so that you can completely understand this concept, and after this session you will feel like we know everything that we need to know. So let's do it. So let's say we have here 3,7 IDs, right? Here we have 1,8. Okay, here we have 2,5. Here we have, what's left, 4,6. Okay, now what it will do, first of all, it will optimize this data into two partitions. So at the same time, when we apply zorder by, it will write here, let me use green, 1 1 2 3 4, and here in this partition it will say 5 6 7 8. Simple. It sorts that data as well. And yes, this is a kind of indexing that we have. In SQL traditional databases, we use indexing to improve the query performance. We have zorder by command in place of indexing. It will first create big partitions and it will sort that data as well within that partition. What is the biggest advantage of it? It's called data skipping. Let me write it for you. Bro, I'm telling you, I had to refer so many resources just to gain knowledge regarding this, and now you are getting everything under one video. You should be focused enough. It's called data skipping. What it will do, let's say I applied a select statement, select asterisk from my table where id equals to 3. If I am not using zorder by command, it has to enter each and every single partition, because it doesn't know if 3 is here or here. But when we use zorder by, when we use indexing, it knows I have found 3 here and this data is sorted in the ascending order. That means we do not need to read this partition. This one. Understood? That was all about optimization. Zorder by optimize command. I have tried my best to explain you these concepts, and trust me, these concepts are really hard to find. These the hard, like the resources to actually get the information regarding these things are really hard to find. But now you have me, so you do not need to worry. So this was all about ZORDER by command and optimize command. Got it? Okay, that's good. Now I'm happy that you got the concept. Now I'm really happy. So now you know what exactly happened. It has combined all the partitions into one, and it has sorted the data as well, and now you have seen the performance as well. It is improved by, see, almost it is reduced to 1/3. That is a big achievement. Earlier it was taking almost 1 second, now it is taking 0.37 second. Now just replace it with hours, like 1 hour and 37 minutes. Not, oh sorry, 90 minutes and 37 minutes. See, 1.5 hour, only 30 minutes. It is equivalent to that. Now you will feel the difference. 1 day or just 0.3 days. Got it? This is the power of optimization techniques that we have within Delta Lake. You should know, you should be aware of these techniques. I know now you have learned all these techniques, right? Happy? Now you have everything in place for Delta Lake, for Databricks, everything. That's not the end of this session. We have something special to cover that as well. What's that? So after covering everything within Delta Lake, and like there's like so many stuff, obviously now you have that base ready to explore, to learn. Now you can try something new. Now if you will be just reading some random documentation regarding any update, you will feel connected. You will feel connected because now you know the basics. Now your basics are clear. That is the sole reason behind this video, behind this session, right? And this is all about Delta Lake. Now let's cover one more important thing. What is that? So when you just see the left hand side, which is called, where is that? Workflows. Now we need to cover workflows as well, because this is really important, and we will just conclude our session with this workflow session, because I need to show like how you can orchestrate your work within Databricks, how you can orchestrate your notebook. So for this particular session, we will create two notebooks, notebook 1, notebook 2, and we will just put some random code, and I will show you how you can orchestrate it, how you can perform the whole data flow. And I am really happy. I know that I have been talking since the morning, but now I am feeling happy because now I know that I have successfully shared all the knowledge that is required to be a pro Databricks developer. And obviously I have provided the resources as well from where you can learn PySpark as well. And you promised me that you will learn PySpark as well, and just learn the PySpark as well after watching this last session. And just see yourself in the mirror and just say good job. Just say this. So now, without wasting any time, let's cover this workflow session as well. So we need to cover this topic as well. By the way, how's my new hairstyle? So I just went to salon to have a haircut, and I was sitting there and I just realized that we need to just cover this topic as well. This is really important. Why? As the name suggests, incremental loading with autoloader. Obviously in the real world we just deal with data, and we do not like do the full load every time. We load the data incrementally. That's why we need to understand how we can perform incremental loading in Databricks. And do you know what? You can perform incremental loading like this. Why and how? Because of this super cool function, that is Autoloader. What is this and what we can expect in this particular function? It's not basically a function. You can say it's a kind of framework, or it's a kind of architecture that Databricks performs. So let me just give you a scenario. So let's say you have a source, okay? You have a source and you have, let's say, packet files. Let's say packet files. Like you have packet file 1, only one. Okay. Then you want to just load this data to this container. Let's say a destination folder, anything, right? This is your destination. By the way, how's my hairstyle looking? I'm seriously asking, bro. Is it looking good? See, I'm so possessive for you. I was just having a haircut and I was just thinking about you guys, like how you can learn this topic as well. See how possessive I am for you, for your learning. I love my data fam. Love you, love you, love you. By the way, I'm like wearing pink color now, so okay. Jokes apart, let's focus. Okay, so let's say you want to just transfer this file to this destination and this will be P1. Then let's say after 1 hour or let's say next day, you have another file, P2. Now you just want to transfer only this data. You do not want to read this data again because you have already loaded this data in your destination. Why you would be just reading this data again and again? Obviously you will not read it. Then we will use Autoloader, which will only pick this data, and it will just write it here, which is P2. Yes, see how powerful it is. So how we can actually perform this? So basically we use something called as, let me just write it for you, streaming data frame. What is streaming data frame? Streaming data frame is basically like similar to the like standard or the normal data frame that we create in Apache Spark. This is unbounded data frame. That means it will be a continuous data frame based on a stream. As we just mentioned that our source will be having data continuously, right? Let's say today it will be one file. Let's say tomorrow it will be second file, or it will have one file. Now after 2 minutes it will be having second file, or it will be having one file now, and after a few seconds it will be having second file. So it is continuous form of data, it is continuous stream of data. So we create something called as streaming data frame for these types of situations. And for autoloader we have to create streaming data frame so that it can just continuously incrementally load the data into our destination. If this seems to be difficult to implement, the answer is no. It is very simple. Let me show you how you can do it. And for that, we will first create a dummy source and dummy destination, and we will show you like how you can actually perform autoloader. Let's do it. So first of all, we will simply add a heading and we will simply write autoloader. Simple. Perfect. And now let's prepare the scenario for that. So I will just go to my data lake and I will just create a container and I will call it as AL source. Okay, AL source, autoloader source. Simple. What happened, man? Okay, we are not using uppercase. AL source. Simple. Perfect. And now let's also create AL sync or destination. Yeah, AL destination. So these are like basically two containers that we will involve in our scenarios. So simply create. We have created two scenarios, like two containers. So now I will upload some data in my AL source, and I have some dummy packet files. So I will just upload that, and let me just upload that one. I will simply click on upload and then browse for files. So as you can see, I have uploaded this packet file. Don't worry, I will just provide the link to this packet file and I will just upload this in my GitHub repository. You can download it. Do not need to worry, bro. Just click on upload and now this file is uploaded, right? Let's go to our Databricks. So first of all, as I just mentioned that we need to create something called as streaming data frame. It is very similar to the standard data frame, very similar, even the syntax. Let me show you. So let me just add a heading not a heading, just title. I will call it as, let's make it bold. Streaming data frame, right? Okay. So now I will simply say df equals spark dot read. Now instead of using read, I will use read stream. Simple, simple, simple. Then I need to specify the format. Now you will ask, what is the format? Packet? No. The format is, let me show you, cloud files. Why? Yes, because when we use Autoloader, we just use a generic file format. Then I was really thirsty, sorry bro. So then we just define the file format of our cloud files. In our scenario, it is Packet. Now we will define it, and our lovely Databricks has already recommended us. Thank you so much. By the way, we already know. So still thank you to save our time. Okay. So once it is done, then we need to define something called as schema location. What's that? Let me tell you why we need it. He is very smart. He's not letting me to explain. He's a spoiler, man. Just kidding. So let me just show you like what do I mean. So basically we just discussed that we have a source, right? Yeah, we have a source. We have p1, we have p2. So basically we need to store the schema of each file so that our destination table, which will be using write stream method, can actually use that schema to write the data in the destination folder. Simple. And for this thing, we store the schema in a specific location and we call it as checkpoint. Yeah, it's a kind of checkpoint. So let's create that as well. So now you understood, right? Why we need to store the schema, because it will be referred by the write stream method, right? Right. Okay. So now we will simply say dot option cloud files. Oops. Cloud files dot schema location. Okay, let's use this. Okay, so now it has given us some recommendations. So first of all, my source is al source, obviously, and then it's not sales, bro. Come on, man, come on. So I will just create a folder called checkpoint inside my source. Or should I, yeah, I can just create it like anywhere. So I will just create a checkpoint inside my source. Or what I can do, I can actually store this checkpoint in my sink. It will be better. Yeah. Like, it's not like any kind of rule that you need to follow, but obviously it makes sense because it will be read by your write stream method, and write stream method will be pointing to the destination, and it makes sense as you can obviously maintain that data easily. So let's not put it in the source, let's put it in the sink. Okay, so our sink is al destination. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so this is done. What's left? Then you need to simply write dot load, and we will just give the location, and in our scenario it is al source. Spelling is right? Yeah. Okay, and it is, do we have created any folder inside that? Do we? No. Simple. Only container, bro. Only container. We do not need to put sales, bro. What are you doing, man? We do not need sales. Okay, so let me just run it. What will happen? Nothing. Why? I will tell you. So we have successfully created df. So obviously nothing will be executed because of lazy evaluation of Spark. So now we will create the writing stream, and when we just write stream, then it will just run this cell as well. So what will happen in our write stream? So we will simply say df dot write, and as you guessed it, now we need to write stream instead of write. Right. So many writes. Okay, now dot format. Now let's say I want to just save it in the delta format. I love delta. So you can just save it in any format, doesn't matter. as we are just dealing extensively with Delta Lake, so it's nice to just use Delta Lake. So we will just simply write df.writestream.format delta. Then we need to specify something special. What's that? Another checkpoint. Why? Why? I will tell you. Then we can say, okay, he's very smart. Okay, so what is this checkpoint location? So basically, when let me just draw it for you here. Basically, this is our source. This is our destination. When it has read P1, okay, this is our streaming query. This whole thing is our streaming query. Okay, let me just write for you. If you are not taking notes, if you're not crafting your notes, don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. This is our streaming query. Perfect. Our streaming query has successfully read this file. Okay, and this file is here now. Okay, now it needs to store this information at a specific location that this file is already read. Streaming query needs to save the current state of the stream. Got it? Obviously, that's how it will just get to know that this file is already read. Now it just needs to pick P2. Simple, bro. So now we'll just give the checkpoint location. Oh, we have already given. That's really nice. Now we'll just put dot trigger. Obviously, it is a stream, so we need to just tell that always look for the records after, let's say, 1 minute, or let's say 30 seconds, or let's say 10 seconds. Because when we just create stream, we want to give the trigger. Okay, let's say if we do not give any value to the trigger, or if we do not write trigger, it will still give the default value to the trigger. What is the default value? I read it somewhere. If I'm not wrong, it is somewhere around 0.5 milliseconds. So even if we do not write anything, it will just take the default value, that is 0.5 milliseconds. It is very quick. So we will just say, let's say processing time equals to 10 seconds. Oh, he's just reading my mind, bro. Now I will not give 10, I will give 5 seconds. Okay, simple. Now we need to just write dot start, and obviously we need to give the location where it needs to store the data in the destination. In our scenario, AL destination. Very right. Wow, very good. Data. Simple. I will create a data folder. Yeah. Okay, do you want me to start it? Do you want me to start the stream? Because when I just started, you will see some graphs as well. It is very nice. So I have just started it. Okay, as you can see, stream initialization. When I just click on it, you will see graph. Oh, so basically it shows the current state of the streaming query, and you will see some line graphs and all. So, and it is continuous streaming, right? It is continuous data. What do I mean? I mean, see the line graph. And do you know what is this raw data? This is called QPL. QPL, yeah, query progress log. Just save it. Just save this information. This is called query progress log. Yes. And this is your dashboard where you see the values that data is coming. See, it just process this data. This is your processing rate. This is your processing rate. This is your input rate. And this is like batch duration. And now it will be flat because obviously we didn't do anything. We just uploaded one file, it copied. Do you want to see the result? This stream is really like working continuously. This will not get stopped until and unless I stop it. So it will be running continuously. So I will just take you to our data lake to just show you something. So as you can see, this is our source container, and we have only one file, right? It is automatically copied to AL destination. Wow. And we save the data in the data folder. Wow, it has copied this partition. Now I will do something else. I will go to my containers and I will add this file. I will only upload this file. I will not touch anything in this notebook. And you will see data will be copied automatically and incrementally. That means this file will not get picked this time. Only the new file will get picked. Let me show you. So I will simply click on upload and browse file. I have added this file. Now I will click on upload button and you will see that it will get copied. Obviously you need to just wait for 10 seconds. Maybe it's like in progress of 10 seconds, so we will just wait for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. Come on, man, I was a child. Yeah, I'm a child. So you will just see EL destination will have two files now. Only two files, not one, not three, only two. And that's the result of our incremental loading. Let me just show you. In the data folder, boom, 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 boom. I told you, bro, I told you. So now it has successfully loaded this data. Now, as you can see, another spike because we uploaded another file. So you can just continuously add the data. It will continuously just transfer this data. Now, just a tip, bro, please click on this interrupt button because cluster is running and it is very expensive. So just click on this interrupt button so that it can just interrupt the query and your cluster is turned off and you are fine. Obviously if you're using free account it doesn't matter, but obviously if you're working in a company you should know these things, that you cannot let your query running like overnight. Obviously in the real world scenario, like we let our query to run because we are streaming data, but if you do not want to intentionally run it, then just stop it right away. After doing some testing, after learning, just stop it right away. So this was all about autoloader, and trust me, I was having a haircut and I just got to know that I want to discuss this area as well. I love you so much and you know this, and I know that you love me more. So this was all about autoloader. So, are you excited to cover our last session, which is workflows? By the way, this is really important. So, we will just have a look at this session as well. So, just a prerequisite for this one, we will just create, as I just mentioned, like we will create two notebooks, some random notebooks, and we will just create very basic, let's say, statements or code for that, because we just need to learn about workflows instead of just coding everything. Yeah, so I will simply go to my workspace and I will select my workspace, which is this Databricks masterclass, and then I will create two notebooks. First of all, notebook one and I will name it as notebook one. Let's keep it simple, bro. So let's say use print command, that's it. So print, we can say hello lunch. Simple, yeah, right? And obviously this is done, and then we can again go to workspace, select your workspace, select your folder, then we will create notebook 2. Okay, perfect. Notebook 2, okay, and here we will say we love Anshlama. Obviously you do, obviously you do. I just read your mind. So I'm just kidding, don't need to worry, but I know you do. So these are like two notebooks, and now let's learn workflows. What if I want to, I will just give you an overview. So this is my notebook 1, right? This is my notebook 2. Why do we use workflows? Workflows are basically used for orchestration. Let me type it here. It is used for orchestration. When we need to orchestrate our work, let's say this is our notebook 1, as we just mentioned. Let's say 1, and this is our notebook 2. So what if we want to run the second notebook after 1? And similarly, let's say we have multiple notebooks. So we want to create a flow, we want to create a job, we want to create a data pipeline. So if we want to do that, we can simply go to workflows, and we have this option available in Databricks, and we can just learn how we can just create workflow using our notebooks. And here is your friend will tell you each and everything. So let me go to workflows, click on it, and then you will see something at the corner, create job. You just need to click on it, because create job is similar to pipeline, or let's say workflow. You can use any name. Okay, so this is the page that we see. Do not need to worry. Do not need to worry. Do not need to worry. First of all, let's see some of the things here in the right hand side. Job ID, which is the ID of this particular pipeline. Then obviously creator Ansh Lamba, run as Ansh Lamba. Tags, we can just add it. If you want to add some description, we can add it. Lineage, no lineage information for this job because there's no dependency. So this was all about the job details. Then we have schedule and triggers. If we want to schedule our job, let's say it should run at 2 p.m. every day, we can do that. We can add a trigger. If we have a parameter here, if we have a parameter, we can just define the parameters as well. If we want notifications, we can also get the notifications. Yes, Databricks provides us all the important users, all the important features within the workflows that are required to orchestrate the pipelines. Let me just click on this arrow button and let's hide it. First of all, we need to name our pipeline. Obviously, if we are just importing any activity, if we are just running any activity, we should just name it, right? So let's say I want to name it as run notebook 1. This is my activity. This is a kind of activity. If you are familiar with the Azure Data Factory, this is a kind of activity. Simple. Then we need to just define which notebook we need to run. We need to just go to this folder and we will pick notebook 1 because we want to run notebook 1 in the first step. Then we need to pick the cluster. We will just pick our own cluster that we have created. Okay, and it's all done. We do not need to provide any parameters because we do not have any parameters within this notebook. This is a very simple notebook that we have. Then I will click on it. Wait. This card changes? No, I don't want to cancel it. Okay, let me click on this canvas. Okay, now if you just see here dependent libraries, if your notebook has some dependent libraries, still you can just mention it here as well. So it's really handy. And again, the parameters, if you have any parameters, you can just define it here in the notebooks. But as I mentioned, we do not have anything. Then this is very important, retries. If due to any reason our notebook or let's say our activity fails, so it can retry, let's say 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, we can define it here as well. Okay, and obviously this is the UI in which you do not need to code anything, but if you click on JSON, it will show you the code, like which parameter you need to define, because obviously for parameter we need to give key value pairs, right? But UI is better. Okay, let me drag it here. So this is my notebook 1, this is my task 1, and if I just click on this, and this is my canvas that I can just keep my mouse here and I can rotate everything, right? So once you are satisfied with all your configurations, you can just click anywhere on the canvas and just click on save and continue. So it will just save your work here. Now, if you want to include the other activity, let's say notebook 2, you can click on add task and I can pick notebook. So it has just linked the notebook after the previous notebook. Now we just need to do the configuration same way that we have done for notebook 1. So I will name it as run notebook 2. My activity is run notebook 2. Then I can just pick the same cluster, and then the important step, we need to just pick the notebook 2 that it needs to run. Okay, yeah, everything is fine. Yeah, and okay, one important thing I found. So now you can see it is dependent on the notebook 1 because we have selected to run notebook 2 after notebook 1, so it is dependent on notebook 1. So this was really an important step that I wanted to show. So once it is done, yeah, now we can click on create task. So it will create the task for like all these 2 activities. Now it is sorted. Now we can run our pipeline that we have created using workflows in Databricks. Do you want to run it? Let me run it. Run now. So it triggered our pipeline, and let me click on view run to just monitor our pipelines. See, it is running our this activity for now, and once it is done, it will run this activity. Okay, this is done. This ran successfully. You can see a small tick, and now this is running this activity. So I also want to see tick here as well. Okay. Okay, perfect. We have successfully created our pipeline and ran it as well. And these are all the details that you can see: the job ID, job run ID, and it was launched manually. Yes, I clicked on run button, started, ended, everything is written here. Everything is written here. See, everything is written here. Everything. So this was all about the workflows. See, and when I just click on this notebook, I can also see the output. See, this is the output. This is very powerful. Let me go to this run and let me click on the second notebook. I should see we love Anshulam. I wanted to see this. See, so this was all about the workflows that we have created within Databricks. Now I believe that you have a strong knowledge in Databricks. Now you have a strong base. Now you are all set to explore the world of Databricks, and now you can just build some projects. Now you can just do so many stuff. And here is a tip for you. What's that? I knew it, because after watching this session, you would love to just explore more and more stuff. So here's a tip for you. I have created end-to-end Azure data engineering project, and so far I have created 2 projects. So in both the projects, I have used Databricks, in which I have used PySpark, in which I have used everything that you would be inclined to learn, you would love to learn. And if you want to check those projects, just click on the video link in the description and just put your projects in your resume so that you can highlight your skills within Databricks. And one small request: if you love my dedication, if you love my hard work, and if you want me to continue this content, continue these insightful videos, insightful sessions, so please subscribe to this channel and share this channel with all the data enthusiasts, and like this video, and please drop a comment, because this will really motivate me a lot. And till then, bye bye, take care, and happy learning. See ya.